Después de un año marcado por la pandemia, sabemos que el mundo necesita soluciones transformadoras, sociedades más resilientes, inclusivas y sostenibles. De la mano de la Agencia para el Desarrollo Económico de la Ciudad de Córdoba, llega el quinto Foro Mundial de Desarrollo Económico Local. 5 días de transmisión en vivo. Más de 200 disertantes de América, Europa, Asia y África construyendo respuestas territoriales, adaptadas al contexto global. Territorios e innovación, desigualdad y pandemia, el futuro del trabajo y el trabajo del futuro. Del 26 de mayo al 1 de junio, el mundo se da cita en nuestra ciudad. Juntos tenemos futuro. No te lo pierdas.
Welcome back on our 5th day of the World Forum on Local Economic Development. This is the last day, at least in this forum from Córdoba City. Mariana, welcome to our last day. And Franco, welcome on this last day of the World Forum on Local Economic Development. It is an honor for us to have speakers from over 60 countries around the world. Welcome, everyone. Today, the motto is transitioning towards a sustainable future. And we've been meeting for 5 days now, and we're wrapping up today from Córdoba City. It's been an honor to share all of the activities in this forum. This initiative is organized by ADEC and is organized by an international committee made up of the following organizations: the United Nations, represented by the UNDP, the International Labor Organization, the United Regions Organizations, the United Cities and Local Governments, the Andalusian Fund of Municipalities for International Solidarity, the Brazilian support system for small, medium-sized companies, the city of Turin, and the government of Cape Verde. With the International Committee, ADEC, the municipality of Córdoba, the government of the province of Córdoba, and the national government. These days we had master classes, roundtables, plenary sessions, training sessions, workshops. All of these activities will be taking place today as well. You can see all of the information on the website that appears now on the screen. Those of you that had registered can join us simultaneously now. The workshop organized by UNDP is being held. Among the simultaneous activities at 1:45, dialogue on alliances as a key tool to address localization of SDGs and advance on the 2030 agenda, organized by UNDP and Madrid City. At 2 p.m., the contribution of the agriculture sector. This is organized by the stock market of the grain stock market from Córdoba. And tomorrow is the Forum on Tourism, the first summit of tourism, organized by the Agency of Tourism and the South American Tourism Association and ADEC. On the website, you'll find all of the activities that are being developed at the forum. And today, the initiative is quite special because this is the last day. Let's have a look at the screen in order to have a look at the questions for today. Which masterclass was the most interesting to you? These are the master classes we had in the past few days. Via Instagram, you can answer the questions. If you participated in the Zoom simultaneous talks, which plenary session was the most interesting? The role of our employers' organizations, territories as the basis, as the foundation, and the plenary sessions. Next question, which other topics would you like to have in the next World Forum? And then, well, all of the simultaneous activities, remote live streaming, and so via Instagram you can answer these questions and what you're expecting to find in the next edition of the forum to improve the life of the people that inhabit this planet. Hashtag like Forum 2021. This is and all of the trivias you have to participate. Let's begin now with the first, the future of work and the work of the future during COVID-19 crisis. Let's have a look at the presentation. This is organized by ILO, ADEC. Strengthening local capacities and mobilizing resources to adapt the supply of training, professional training, to emerging activities and new employment activities, particularly in countries undergoing situations of fragility. This panel will be moderated by Celso Garrido Noguera. He is a secretary of ALCUD from the Latin America Association of Universities. He has published several books and articles. Most recently, he published the book on universities transitioning to digital and strategic proposals. Celso, welcome. You have the floor. Good morning, everyone. Let's begin with this today's session to strengthen local capabilities, mobilizing resources to adapt training, professional training to emerging activities and new employment opportunities, particularly those countries that are undergoing situations of fragility. First of all, I'd like to thank you for being here so we can all share our knowledge on fragility. Especially, I'd like to thank the organizers for organizing this panel, ILO, G7+, and the province of Córdoba. As it was said, my name is Celso Garrido Noguera. I'm the professor at the Department of Economy at the Metropolitan University from Mexico. I'm the secretary of ALCUD. I'll be moderating this session, strengthening local capabilities and mobilizing resources to adapt professional training to emerging activities and new employment opportunities, particularly countries undergoing situations of fragility. At ALCUE, strengthening capabilities of employment and the impact on local development has been a very important issue, particularly in the development during COVID-19 crisis. So I'd like to thank you for the opportunity given me to moderate this session. We understand the importance of decent work, the safety, and social justice. Even in very fragile environments, the United Nations has recognized that the creation of jobs is essential for political stability, socioeconomic process, and sustainable peace. fragile environments and the challenge for effective cooperation play a key role in debates and in the development policies. The ILO strategy to support fragile to fragile is based on the new 2030 Agenda for Development is in alignment with the agenda. The objectives of sustainable goals proposes decent work for all, which constitutes the mandate of ILO. It is essential to end poverty and contribute to consolidation of peace. Now, moving on to the topic of this session will be supporting the basis for economic development, how it can contribute to the field of work and the employment that lead to increase resilience and fight fragility and poverty, even during COVID-19 context. The main debate issues we two. First, the role of local economic development in promoting decent work and the increase of resilience considering COVID-19 increasing fragility. Secondly, which is the role of South-South cooperation, triangular cooperation in this process? Regarding the panel, please make the questions in the chat. The session will be in Spanish, English, and French. You can choose the language you prefer. Just select the small button that is in the lower part of the screen. Now, this session, we have the honor to have Javier Mayas, Nieves Tomet from ILO, Maria Belén Méndez from Siglo XXI University, and Elias Larradondo Carabalí from the government of Cauca, and Anita Mori, who will be the other speaker. Javier Mayer is the General Secretary of G7+, based in Timor-Leste. He's been working the secretary since 2013. G7+ is an intergovernmental organization of 20 countries that are undergoing conflicts. It promotes a new approach. G7+ is a platform of 20 fragile countries. Welcome, Javier Maya, and thank you for accepting our invitation. The floor is yours. You can share your considerations on the role of local economic development, the increase of resilience in situations of fragility, particularly in the fragile cooperation launched by G7+ and ILO in 2014. Mr. Maya, just remember that we have 5 minutes to 6 minutes for each presentation, and that the speaker will give us a signal just to warn us that we have to, respect time limits.
Thank you, Mr. Celso, and good afternoon, good morning, and good evening wherever you are from. It's an honor and pleasure to join this important meeting, the theme of which is extremely relevant to us. By way of introduction, as you kind of mentioned, the G7+ is an intergovernmental organization of conflict-affected countries that aims at promoting peace and stability through concerted advocacy and sharing of lessons or peer-to-peer learning. We are proud to say that we have partnership with the ILO to promote the fragile to fragile cooperation in enhancing the employment. Conflict-affected countries such as those in the G7+ group are characterized by higher rates of unemployment, inequalities, and hence extreme poverty. These features the legacy of decades of conflict and crisis and the resultant fragility that spans over economic, institutional, and social aspects of our society. On the other hand, these countries have inherited potential of stability and resilience within them. If these potentials are unleashed, they can lead to long-lasting resilience and economic growth. Most of these countries are rich in natural resources. They are home to young population as major portion of the countries. They are geographically located in strategic locations that can become a hub for regional growth and development. However, the traditional ways of development intervention in the form of, for example, aid, are so designed that enhance the fragmentation and distance between poor and rich. In other words, it causes disparities between cities and villages and between males and females. These become the source of recurrence of crisis or fragility and very unfortunately perpetual dependence on external means. The current crisis of pandemic, although it's global, has very well highlighted this notion of the feature of the fragility, where our population, majority of which are vulnerable, they are the extreme direct, victims of the countermeasure of the pandemic. There's a need of investing in the national potential of resilience and stability, rather than looking for exogenous means for fostering stability and development. The development needs to take root at the local level and should happen through local means. This requires that we have to ensure that development aid and any other form of intervention should trickle down to the local level. Therefore, local economic development or LED is a crucial factor for stability and development in countries affected by conflict and fragility. This principle is at the core of the New Deal for Engagement in Fragile States. That is an agreement between donors and the G7+ countries and the civil society to promote development and state building in these countries. I'm the conflict countries such as those in the G7+, we have tremendous good examples and lessons that are inherited and that are rooted in other countries if we share them. And that's why I have to mention that the aim of signing the MOU with the International Labour Organization was to promote these lessons.
Tenemos problema de audio.
Creo que puedes pasar al próximo, Celso.
Bueno. Muy bien.
All right, we'd like to thank Habib Meyer for his introduction, for his presentation. Next guest is Nieves Tomet, is specialized for the Peace Organization in Geneva. She's going to share with us her experiences. Mrs. Tomet, I'm going to say some things about her. She's specialist for peace employment in the ILO in Geneva, 30 years of experience in Geneva, solid experience in the follow-up and assessment of employment promotion and decent employment towards Africa and Latin America. In fragility matters, she coordinated a local development program in Mozambique for the peace and different programs in IT. Thank you so much for accepting our invitation. Mrs. Tomet, I'd like you to reflect on the following topics. What is the role of the local development in the decent employment promotion for peace and resilience after the fragility growth due to COVID-19? How can you create jobs adapted to fragile situations that may contribute to social cohesion, to peace? What is the role of the South-South cooperation? Please, Mrs. Tomet, the floor is yours. Thank you so much, Celso. It's an honor for me to share with you the ILO experience, distinguished guests and panelists. Allow me to first start with a little bit of a history of the ILO, which is, I think, key to understand the key role of this association, this alliance. So it was born from the ashes of the First World War, created by a world peace, the Versailles Treaty, to impose the idea that peace, true peace, is only long-lasting if it's based on social justice, and the labor market can be vulnerable after such a war. So in '69, we received the Nobel Peace Prize by considering employment as key to peace. So today we see that the ILO mandate is more than relevant. The countries that are in fragility situations, they face several burdens due to COVID-19 pandemic. They have less tools to respond to the healthcare crisis and also to face their social economical impact, most of all for the informal economy. The COVID crisis has exacerbated the gender inequality, and they're still worsening in fragile countries, the discrimination, distrust, and this unfairness feeling, and distrust on access to healthcare services, decent employment, and safe lifestyles. In this sense, and guided by 205 guidelines of 2017 about decent labor for peace and resilience, the ILO launched a program for peace and resilience that promotes that local economic development idea out through direct employment, immediate employment, and ensuring revenues by intensive labor offer. The second part of that local development strategy is developing the technical, vocational, and entrepreneurial skills in young people for better employment availability, and also offering employment opportunities to cooperatives and companies, and managing the offer and demand of hand labor. And the main principles and key rights at work through the social local dialogue and a theory of change that links three conflict factors. The first one is, of course, the lack of economic opportunities, more particularly for the young people. And that's what we see more and more. And Habib Meyer, before he had technical issues, he mentioned that unemployment is one of the fragility issues. Young people do not have access to means of life. They could be less exposed to armed violent policies, but that's not the only. They are not the only ones in the decent labor conflicts. Conflicts sometimes are driven by negative perception and lack of trust in the communities. When we meet people and strengthen opportunities and dialogue among different social groups, even in between governments, private sector, unions, the decent employment programs can break the negative stereotypes for young people and the perception that companies have, and increase trust and improve social cohesion. Third, many of the violent conflicts have to do with inequality, non-compliance of human rights, exclusion, lack of participation means, and a feeling of injustice, more particularly for young people and women. In many cases, it's not unemployment, but the lack of experience or the informal jobs, exploitations, non-complying with the main rights, the main labor rights, which brings about this feeling of injustice. And by having this local development on decent labor programs, and imposing quality and the basic labor rights can decrease these type of conflicts. These programs, as a response to the COVID crisis, we may highlight, for example, the development of the public works program that may create jobs, inclusive jobs, and support the sanitary response for primary health care, water, sewage, and install reliability in communities towards the government. For example, in Southern Africa, we had a program for public works that employed many employees, and they continued paying salaries of those employees despite lockdown, and they continued providing basic services like trash collection, and they hired 20,000 young people to distribute materials for washing hands in risk areas. Another important application is the strengthening of young people's skills. The strengthening in priority sectors to create decent jobs at local level, and at the same time they promote peace, for example in the healthcare sector, in order to respond to the crisis. In the ILO developed a guideline for professional trainers to implement conflict resolution and peace implementation in all the professional arenas, and that intervention does not only improve employability in the local market, like healthcare, but it can also reinforce intersectorial relationships and social cohesion. The third application is the promotion of social dialogue and the role of the private sector, workers, and unions in response to COVID. The organization of workers and entrepreneurs can give trust to their networks, and they can summon other members to fight the crisis. Another dimension is the support to small and medium enterprises, local small and medium enterprises. They can foster them to hire young people who believe and have special skills and want to participate in this type of SMEs instead of being recruited by violent groups. They can also create jobs and decent means of life throughout the distribution chain. All that very sensitive to the community. And to end with that decent jobs for peace, let me share two examples. One that we have that is very interesting and that we are replicating in several countries is the one in Lebanon, where they implemented a local economic development program addressed to the local community as well as the refugees by developing the value chain that for the first time created cooperatives of different religions, both Lebanese and refugees. And in the market, they developed awareness and they foster a common good, which was to see the specific type of data that could be exported to the European Union market. So the project improved. Also, the economic conditions, the value chain improved, and the relationships among communities through these mixed companies. Another example is in Colombia. We worked with the Territorial Development Program devoted to the construction of peace, resilience, and social community. And it was done through the creation of opportunities, economic opportunities, empowering rural women, indigenous women, victims of the armed conflict, and also different areas that were introduced in the region. The perception among the organization, the union organization, women groups, indigenous groups, and La FARC incorporated all in the region. It sounds very interesting to see how that project that was not foreseen, reinforcing experiences of forgiveness and reconciliation through developing the trading of products among victims and those who met in this local economic development program. I think that answered my first question, Celso. I can answer the second one, or maybe we can do it on the... No, I think due to time restraints, we should move on. I think your insights have given us the opportunity to see many different experiences at international level. We can find very powerful and surprising opportunities. Thank you very much for your presentation, Nieves. And now I'll give the floor to María Belén Mendé, Dean of Siglo XXI University. She has a master in political communications by the Technological Institute of Higher Institutions in Mexico. In 2017, she has worked as Secretary of Management and Academic Development. She's one of the most influential 50 influential people according to Forbes, and she's a member of the Córdoba Improvement Partnership, member of the Paraguayan link. Thank you for accepting our invitation, and I'd like you to present your ideas about the cooperation based on what we previously discussed. Thank you.
Good morning, Celso. Good morning to all of you. I feel a host because I'm the only one here in Cordoba. We would have loved to have you here in person in our city, but I'm sure we'll have an opportunity in the future. A lot has been reflected in this forum. It's this relevant forum for our countries. We reflected on what Celso was saying about the 2030 agenda and the 17 SDGs, the importance of full productive employment. This is Goal 8 and Goal 4 that I will be considering, which is the goal for education, regarding education. We've been historically discussed the relevance of educational projects, and it is very difficult, honestly speaking, to attain sustainability of the training of our young people when our projects, I mean, local and regional projects and oftentimes national projects are not clear enough in the midterm. When we design our educational components in educational institutions, particularly universities, we think about the development of these professionals and the impact in the development. And in the last few years, a concept that really condemned educational institutions that were far from local contexts and realities, that were not connected with the social and production sector reality. So we've seen a growing acceleration during the pandemics. We need to work in social cooperation dialogue between the stakeholders, and this has to be agile. Speed is the other variable that educational institutions did not have in our agenda. I mean, we had a lot of time to explore knowledge, identify needs, and this has changed significantly. So to be able to work with this local governments and regional governments about the regional projects accelerates the dynamics and the strategies of how these local resources, these regional resources, are at the service of job development, particularly the capacity of response that educational institutions have. This has changed a long time. In the case of my university, we chose a very large national development. We are present in a lot of regions to get the university close to the students and to understand the training needs that the 350 regions of Argentina required. There's a case that I usually discuss, which is the case of Abrapampa. The leader of the community came to the university a few years ago, and she said, I want to change, to transform Puna, which is one of the regions in Argentina. And the only way to transform the region is to bring knowledge and skills to all of our children that need to defend our lands, defend mining, and to have different elements to defend what the Puna region has. This was 15 years ago. Now we have a lot of graduate students already that these students are running their policies. They are journalists and accountants of the SMEs. And Rosario Quispe was able to transform the Puna region, and she understood that education had to be contextualized. So the recurrent issue, which is the future of work and reconversion in situations of fragility, is important. And then I like to share a vision of at least 3 revolutions that are generating in the world of reconversion. The first one is the revolution of the economy of knowledge. In this reconversion that is pushed by technological progress, and digitalization, just a few are within that niche of the economy of knowledge and the vision of. So this could have, it seems to have sort of an elite approach, so to speak. So how can we help our young people to generate resources, not only to be employed, but to create jobs as well? I mean, the strategy to think about many young people that could actually start their own businesses and develop opportunities is a very strong goal for our university, and also an important goal for fragility. This freelance jobs that has many, many formats, not only entrepreneurship based on an investment or capital, but organizations, as Nieves mentioned, organizations of people that from dialogue and the culture generate short-term goals, and so they can develop advances to the better lives, quality of lives. And finally, essential jobs that become so relevant during COVID-19 crisis. Which are essential jobs, and whether there is a definition of essential jobs per region. So in regions where mining activities are carried out, or, for example, where coastal areas where ports are located, then those would be essential activities. And also, these 3 revolutions, economy of large, freelance jobs, and technology, will actually lead us in the next 3 years towards very deep discussions in order to find good experiences to share. Without a doubt, there are many activities or jobs that would be sort of discarded because of automation and digitalization, but we are behind. We can see this transformation movie and we are at the back, and we can see we have other things to build in more interpersonal roles, more analytical roles, roles that we need from educational institutions. We need to provide the necessary tools, the necessary skills. We have to provide these to the younger generations, and the clear objective is to achieve or to promote human dignity. Always with the concept of resilience. I mean, to be resilient as decision makers, we need to create well-being ecosystems. In the case of institutions and education, with a positive vision of the world, of opportunity, and of things in general. Thank you very much, Maria Belén. Your presentation was very interesting. So we had the voice of universities as one of the key stakeholders in this environment, because to manage university with territorial diversity and different issues, I think your contribution is really very important, just to show that when there's willingness, then it is possible to do this. I mean, for universities to get engaged in territories. Thank you very much for your contribution. Now I'll give the floor to Elias Laraondo, who's the governor of Cauca, Colombia. He is the governor of Cauca Department of Colombia since October 2020, and he is the first Afro-descendant to occupy the first chair of the department. And we would like to hear about your experiences, the experiences that you're conducting to empower Cauca, and also would like to hear about the generation of peace process. The floor is yours.
Good morning, Professor Celso. It's a pleasure for me to be here. Greetings to all the panelists and all those that follow us in our platform. First, I'll give you some context of the Cauca department to help you understand what's happening in our region. Cauca is a very ethnical and multicultural department represented by indigenous population, Africans 24%, farmers is the rest of the population. We are 1.4 million, 64,000 inhabitants. 500,000 of those are in the Umbal region, which implies that about 65% are located in the rural area, which is quite spread out. And that reflects a state fragility, which implies some delay in terms of public investment. To date, since 2000, due to the difficulties of the armed forces in our department, between 2000 and 2021, we have among the victims registry 230,000 people who have disappeared, which is a very high percentage among the number of people that reaches about 20%. All of this is linked to drug dealing, and I have to highlight the resilience in my department. One of the cultural perhaps strengths and touristic strengths that cannot be developed due to the lack of infrastructure on the one hand, and on the other, this concept of insecurity based on these issues that we have. Poverty reaches 28% of the population, above the national average, which is at 23%. And nowadays, we are also undergoing the COVID-19 pandemic that has forced us to have an economic reactivation and to reorganize the 41 has forced us to reformulate the 41 goals that were stated with the sub-regions. As I mentioned before, it has very specific features. One, on the one hand, to strengthen the entrepreneurial activity, the job creation, but on the other hand, due to the rural areas, we had to strengthen productivity and profitability. So we have, in 3 different ministries, we have different experiences. One is the Secretary of Development and Competitiveness, and there we have the Human Development Program and Sustainable Social Development with experiences such as one, inclusive businesses. That implies the strengthening of skills to small enterprises so they can offer their services at a broader level, and the sectorial companies according to the demand. Another program is the strengthening of skills in young people's enterprises that would give us the possibility to transform products, as we do with, for example, coffee as a product, and reaching the possibility of even exporting the product. We are now working with students of elementary school and middle school to generate that entrepreneurial spirit. From the Agricultural Secretariat, we have another program, the Food Safety Goals, that has 2 goals. One is having hortages at home. People should have at their own lands the basic products for getting food every day. And the other part is to selling the excess by having small and short local markets, retail. So that way, we have exchange of products, as it was in the past. People sell the excess products, and they have they can buy whatever they don't produce, and that way it creates jobs, but they also creates and generates revenues. So another strategy that was fostered by the Infrastructure Secretariat is the setup of a routine preservation to rural roads. That means to use labor, non-qualified labor, for cultural activities in the roads. For example, cleaning roads, cleaning the side of the roads. So it is done usually with machines. Here we form alliances and partnerships, and each one of the cities are allocated a number of people so that they advance with this program with a contract from this Department of Infrastructure, and that way the employment activities are strengthened. In general terms, these 3 programs are the ones that we are implementing and complement for strengthening the income generation in the rural areas and the strengthening of employability by introducing skills in the urban areas. In that sense, the program, the educational program, together with SENA, and improving relationships with the entrepreneurial sector, that implies that the students get trained in areas that are in high demand by the companies, and that they can at the same time be employed. In one way, we in the Cauca department, we foster the local economic development. Thank you, Elias. Very interesting experience that you're contributing to the panel. A very complex reflection by giving examples on several topics that make it that are so difficult and so stimulating, the challenges that Latin America has to face, the fragility situations like the ones we are talking about. Very briefly, you talked about the multi-ethnical features of the region, the extreme situations of violence, imbalance, and at the same time, it's possible to find solution channels and options for facing those challenges in a positive way. Thank you so much, Elias, for your presentation. Let's continue with the panel, and now I'd like to invite our commentator, Anita Amorin. Anita Amorin, she's the chief of the Emerging Alliances, Special Alliances in the ILO. She's chief of the Emerging Units and coordinator of cooperation, Triangle of Cooperation South-South. Anita Amorin has been working in the economic development for more than 30 years, started in the UNESCO. She's a specialist in South-South cooperation. Anita, the floor is yours. Thank you, Celso Garrido. Thank you to all the panelists here. I wanted to honestly give you a warm welcome and thank you for the opportunity to be speaking with you here. As a commentator, I was thinking about how many comments we had in the chat. We didn't have many comments in the chat, so I'm going to give my own comments, my own insights. I really loved everything that I heard from Celso Garrido as a moderator, this perception of the networks and how important it is for the resilience and the creation of networks. Also, Mayar, he talked about the G7 Plus in such a short time that he had to prepare. He showed that he is really resilient in that sense. And as a director, as a joint general person, and so the fragility to fight against that through education, labor, and that what also Nieves Tomé mentioned about the role of the ILO in all the matters of the peace mandate and justice through the job creation, and to give some examples that we're going to hear now about forgiveness, reconciliation, and how to work in all those matters. Belén Méndez also mentioned some of the experiences in Argentina that are very interesting, how to create university networks and to work regionally for fairer, more decent jobs. I'd also like to hear about how we can do that at network levels. We are going to hear also that in the second region. And then Governor of Cauca, who had really nice experiences in Cauca, very specific ones. Education with SENA, because it's an organization, a learning entity organization that is very interesting. And sometimes with all the SENAs, we in Latin America, we organize programs. So it would be very nice to see how we can work as a network. As Nieves said, I'm not going to repeat the ILO speech, but it's true that all the social economical policies are very important for the construction of peace and reconciliation. This is in the recommendation of ILO of 2017, recommendation 205, the importance of decent jobs for recovering peace. Those are all topics that we will discuss. And fragility, as we know, is not a permanent condition, but it's a labor challenge. So here we're talking about cooperation in fragility situations, and in general we talk about southern countries. When we talk about COVID-19, all the countries, even the northern countries, are affected, and we've even had to have vaccines that come from China, from India, from emerging countries. So this relationship between the north and the south in this fragility condition changes. And also for us, all these things about inclusion and local experiences, how the ones that were described by Belén Méndez and Elias Orondo are very important, so that at international level, it's how to make something local, but make it globally too. So to do the two, but you could do it the other way around, to think locally and to make it global. I think both ways, both elements are very important, and perhaps we should have questions for you for the second part for the moderators, since we still have half an hour. How to make the promotion of the sustainable economic development could help the fragility, could strengthen fragility. For the G7+, the mandate is exactly the same, to work on the fragile cooperation with an MOU, that was signed by Elder da Costa, our dear friend that couldn't be here with us today. What could companies do, and human settlements? What can we do to promote, and perhaps for the moderator, this is the question, the institutional cooperation, inter-university cooperation in Latin America and the Caribbean to fight fragility in this context of crisis. So the relationships between employers, government, employees are very important, and they have a key role for the decent, productive role with freedom, safety, dignity conditions. So I leave that here because I launched many questions, and I know Celso has many more, and you only have 5 minutes to reflect on these matters. And it's an honor to be organizing with the network, with ADEC, with Celso, and with all of you here, with the Cauca government in this panel. So once again, I'll give the floor to Celso. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anita, for your remarks. So we have several issues to consider. We are running out of time, but we have time constraints, but we know we have a lot of things to do ahead of us. We see through articulation we can provide positive contributions to our populations. Now the second round. First, Javier Maya, who's the Secretary of G7+. If you could please give us some contributions on what Anita is saying.
Thank you, Mr. Celso. And first of all, I would like to apologize. It's fragility that we are living. The internet has been unstable for a few days, so I'm sorry that I was disconnected, but I hope the internet connection does not fail me this time. Listening to the rich conversation and very good contribution from all the speakers, I have a couple of points that I would like to propose that, we as a network, as Anita mentioned, can promote to the international community and also to the governments in fragile and conflict-affected countries. First of all, it's crucial. Local economic development is imperative. It's indispensable for pursuing stability in fragile states. One of the critics on the international aid has been the fact that the international aid has bypassed the local capacities and the local systems, and that's why we are perpetually dependent on aid. We need to change that. There should be a shift in that approach, which means that we have to shift our focus on investing in the local economies and in the local potential. It's very important that we promote local procurement. When the international community is procuring goods and services, we have the potential. We are rich in natural resources. We have to give the opportunity to the local farmers, to the local producers, and also to the local people. This has many, benefits and many contributions to peace. One, for example, we have ex-combatants who returns after the reconciliation, who returns and who wants to assume a decent lives, but they don't have the opportunity to continue that. If we give them the opportunity, if we invest in the skills through vocational institutions, through vocational trainings, and if we give them the opportunity through, investing in the local farms, they will have the means to assume the decent lives, which is, I think, it's the core of our principles, and particularly ILO. And that's why we are, through the MOU that we have signed, that's one of the objectives that we want to promote. The second thing is, listening to some contributions, there are, as I mentioned before, I would like to repeat this, that there are some inspiring examples that we have to share and we have to facilitate. And I think that's why the South-South cooperation and triangular cooperation is extremely important. It will not only it does not only contribute to fostering stability in fragile states, but it can also connect the divide in the global powers that we have seen. If we promote the triangular cooperation, we can bring the northern and southern actors together to focus on one aim, and that is to promote stability in the world. And finally, I would like to mention that the effective implementation of development programs should be measured on the benchmarks of the outcome of stability in fragile and conflict-affected states. And again, I would like to reiterate that it will only happen if the development impact is trickled down to the local level. That's where we can call it a success. Otherwise, if we continue the business as usual, there will be a perpetual, dependency in these countries. And I'm sure that, globally we are running out of resources to react. That's why we have to address the foundational issues. And I also would like to use this platform to offer our concrete suggestion. We are keen to learn from other countries like Colombia. Most of our countries, of course, they are in the different regions, they're in different geographies, but most of our challenges are common. And it can inspire us a lot. And I would like to, use this platform to again reiterate our commitment that we would be happy to work with ILO and also with the other institutions to facilitate peer learning and sharing of these experiences from these countries. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Javier, por los comentarios complementarios.
Thank you, Javier, for your contributions. Now I'll give the floor to Nieves Tomet, who's a specialist in employment promotion from the ILO, so she can make some final remarks, some final contributions. Nieves? Thank you, Celso, and thank you for the contributions that open a whole new debate, how we can share, as Mayor said, to the significance of local development and how we can connect different experiences and develop new relationships. I think that the current situation shows us that it's very important to work on South-South cooperation to broaden and strengthen employment for peace. As Anita said, current crisis shows us that it is not a South crisis, that there is fragility around the globe. Unfortunately, we see that this social economic crisis caused by COVID-19 causes a lot of problems also in developed countries, and we see social conflicts, frustrations that can actually escalate into other problems and lead to lack of employment and decent employment. So I see that COVID-19 crisis and conflicts in general are multidimensional and they are interconnected. So a really comprehensive approach is needed. South-South cooperation for example, health between China and other countries, and cooperation between economic exchanges that are focused on that are human-centered. As Belén said about human dignity, she spoke about human dignity, and in my first presentation, when I spoke about ILO and employment programs for peace, we go beyond the creation of employment and housing. It is how employment can promote human dignity that is required. So it is not just any job. It is a job that provides a voice to the younger generations, that creates a future vision. So this is what we have to promote at a local level and at the other levels, the national level. So this crisis can also be an opportunity, so if we are optimistic, to shift, to change the way we respond, as Mayor said, so that aids are directed to local organizations or local regions, and also to contribute to social justice and peace. And obviously, the importance of resilience, as a lot of you said, these resilience experiences do exist. We don't have to create them. We have to enhance them. And we have to focus on structural changes centered on the human being. For example, in Colombia, through public programs, infrastructure programs, or infrastructure maintenance program, such as the governor mentioned, but programs that promote employment, so that this is not only carried out by companies. I mean, they promote employment and they promote inclusions. They include communities that otherwise they are not included. So this is the way resilience and peace is achieved at a local level. Thank you, Nieves, for your final remarks. Now I'll give the floor to María Belén from the Siglo XXI University.
Based on your previous comment and thinking about the suggestion of the importance of cooperation among universities in the region, those are topics that I cooperate with for several years with this network of universities that we have been working on to relate universities with the productive sector in a normal context. I'm glad, I would love to hear from the Dean of Siglo XXI University. Unfortunately, more often than not, we are so enclosed in our own activity that we don't really connect with the sectors in which we should have important interactions. And we can give a very positive response at different levels, especially in view of the fact that we are facing COVID. In many parts of the world, universities were the ones that gave that first step to protect the population. The most immediately related to us are, of course, the students facing the challenge that many of them had to quit their studies, but also being next to them by giving them healthcare services and helping them with jobs and other matters. So I'd like to invite Mrs. Dean to tell us her insights. And perhaps we can even build some sort of contact and communication, because I think your experience is very stimulating for me, and I think many of us would profit, and we should try to replicate. María Belén, the floor is yours. Of course, Celso, for us it would be a pleasure, a great pleasure, because we believe in that. We believe that the cooperation networks are created and strengthened by doing things, and we should engage with people. We should commit to close goals. You said many relevant things about this context, the world, and specifically the educational system, a sector that was slower in terms of the big changes that different sectors were undergoing because of different reasons. Finally, the educational sector woke up with COVID-19. And I agree with you. In general, we had the adaptation capacity, and two concepts that I consider very important are put on the table. In 2020, in the COVID context, many things were discussed in terms of education. Education was dehumanized by the technology mediation and these resources that the physical distancing imposed. And I believe that that is exactly the opposite, and I agree with your idea. Education became more human. The technological means were there, but the contributions of teachers, of public officers, researchers, to build that bridge and to bridge the gap and to bring the vulnerable sectors together. For me, it was like the awakening of the educational sector. And in this awakening, we have to be ambitious and to sustain our position there. I think we should remain there. We should share practices, and we should understand that in this awakening, we come closer to our students' interests and needs than we were ever before, because we had to understand what was possible for them so that we could teach them and that we could adapt. And due to the questions that Anita has brought about, we have to reflect about South-South cooperation. I am those people who believe that there are great cooperation opportunities, but we need organization, because in those initiatives we lose strength. And I do believe that the strength of states at all levels is significant in that organization sense, because especially when there is urgency, I agree so much with Habib. We are living in this urgency conditions and state. So the role of governments, international organizations, to clean our agenda and to help us prioritize and to put all of our efforts in the same direction is absolutely necessary, and it's key. This is the reason why I celebrate these type of forums. We need organizing leaders and that put all of our skills in one direction, because the skills are multiple and the initiatives are plenty, but some of them more innovating than others. But I want to call for action. The decision makers, the states, they need to be there to manage, to prioritize, to organize. We are now developing more than 20 cooperation, South-South cooperation projects with different influence groups, but with only a single goal: democratization of higher education from the private or public sector, to make the opportunities better and wider for our young people. It's a global challenge initiative, but by CEPA Colombia and the Americas University in Colombia, the UPRA from Mexico, and we are the fourth relevant stakeholder. And what we do, they challenge ideas and they contribute with productive solutions to local development challenges. So the challenges are real, and the students think of solutions. The universities work with the students for those solutions to become a reality. And in that sense, I would like to add to Habib's reflection. I think prioritization initiatives are relevant, but also we need to start managing cooperation projects for fragility. with actual experiences. We need to be able to measure the actions and the cooperation actions, and we need to obsess ourselves by measuring impact, because that's what motivates these efforts of initiatives and cooperation. And I would like, before I finish with my exposition, to tell you a little bit about an experience. It's an experience that I think is important and it's scalable, that is born in Cordoba. It was born in Cordoba 10 years ago, and I have the honor of being vice president of the Foundation Cordoba Mejora. It's an entrepreneurial business initiative. The business people in Cordoba identified that education was something that concerned them, but they didn't have any sort of impact or influence or dedication towards the educational sector. So they met 10 years ago, and they started producing programs, a knowledge transference program that they had by leading the projects, their companies, to the high school directors, principals, and thinking about, okay, what are the job opportunities for those students who are in the last year of high school to start training themselves in skills that will be then linked to a formal job in a company once they finished high school. That program grown quite a lot. It has a lot of impact. It's a cooperation that has the 3 E's. We call them entrepreneurs, schools, and the state, for their acronyms in Spanish. And the schools really give a lot of support to this entrepreneurial initiative, and this practice was then replicated in Mendoza, in Santa Fe, and in some neighboring countries. But it's not impulsed by the educational sector, it's impulsed by the business sector in order to respond to the entrepreneurial responsibility, social responsibility. These type of initiatives must have visibility, and they need to be replicated in the regions and to continue being replicated and not to get tired in our educational sector. All of these young people who really have a vocation, a call for service, social service, community service, and for politics. I think we are living a moment that we adults should profit from. I see a generation of young university students that have an interest in politics, an interest in changing the conditions of states and governments, and they have a great call for doing this. And that's something that we haven't seen in a while in my country. Thank you very much, Maria Belén. I like to take these ideas that Maria Belén contributed with, and to talk about our concerns from our university entrepreneurial network, ALCUE, that most particularly, I'd like to emphasize we are very much interested in the university network to promote a positive articulation of the universities with the local development, including the challenges of the SDGs, the perspectives of the 2030 agenda, and more specifically, I'd like to leave that as a positive conversation possibility. We believe that a very specific way to work in that direction would be to impulse circular economy initiatives where we can articulate employment, sustainable development, and the universities, we have great potential to contribute with, and usually they're underestimated. The experiences that were shared here, most particularly the governor that we're going to hear from right now for the final comments, he made reference about how, from the public policies, we can impulse cooperations among the communities, positive and feasible. And I would like to integrate circular economy as part of this discussion, as one of the agenda lines that feed that reflection. Sorry, as moderator, I spoke a lot, but I wanted to make this reflection. I invite now Mr. Governor to please make a few comments for the closing speeches.
It's an honor for me to be here. First, I'd like to highlight the role of cooperation in order to shorten the learning curves that allow us to carry out international cooperation, to know about other experiences as we're doing today. On the other hand, we also have, today the challenges are of the whole of Colombia. We have a lot of biodiversity, a lot of, but we see also lack of investment, and that's why resources are shared. In cooperation, we're working in different projects. First one is to strengthen cooperation in production companies in the Pacific area, and the other thing is developing programs for social inclusion of native populations. Now, I'd like to share an experience that today, young people, as a result of COVID-19 crisis, are showing us different realities. They don't feel comfortable with the current model. So in our strategy to foster dialogue, we believe that the articulation between organizations, the academia, the business sector, and the governmental sectors, we have to design a route to be able to take advantage of all the potential. So we need to narrow the gaps in terms of creation of opportunities for the younger generations, such as Belen said. Because the younger generation want to express their voice, and they feel they're ready to make their own contributions. This is the message we're getting from our younger generations. In addition, we need to, from the government, we need to do away with, all of the bureaucracy, for example, in getting investments. We need to humanize the provision of services. We civil servants have become sort of machines. We believe we have the authority, we have to make decisions. And this has caused a division from the communities. So the pandemics and the situation in Colombia, particularly the situation in Cauca, is showing us a different way to go. And we are absolutely available to participate and expand. Thank you, Elias, for your contribution. I have to interrupt you because we're running out of time. And I'd like to thank all of the panelists for your generous contributions in such a short time. I look forward to having long-term cooperation in the future. Anita, some final remarks. Yes, some of the practices that Nieves talked about in South-South cooperation, in terms of fragility, we have cooperation with Sierra Leone, Costa Rica, and the Ivory Coast. With the African Development Bank is a good example. We have cooperation with Colombia and Turkey regarding refugees. And the Excuse Virtual Fair, we have several examples. Just to to wrap up, there's just 5 minutes. These, I think, will be the final remarks. Nothing about us without us. So the spirit of South and triangular cooperation that we had today here is to work together. Everything that involves us, we have to work together. So from now on, we'll create sort of a multi-stakeholders alliance. I really loved your contributions. We will now create a network among ourselves. And we have people from all of the continents, from Afghanistan, a lot of us here in Latin America and the Caribbean, but also in Europe. So thank you, Celso. And from ILO, it was an honor to be here with you all. Now I'll give the floor to Celso for the final remarks. Thank you for your beautiful moderation. Maria Belén and all of the panelists, thank you. Thank you very much for your contributions. Have a good day. Thank you.
Late. Late como un corazón. Late como el corazón de la Argentina. Córdoba late. Palpita al ritmo de su liderazgo. Con la fuerza de sus clústeres, de sus industrias y el desarrollo de nuevas tecnologías. Late a partir de su acervo cultural, su calidad educativa y su economía del conocimiento, nutriéndose de sus universidades y sus profesionales, así como de la diversidad, la igualdad y la inclusión, interrelacionando trabajo y crecimiento en una dinámica de economía circular y comunitaria. Palpita y en cada latido proyecta el crecimiento al compás de una industria pujante, innovadora y creativa. La industria tradicional y la de base tecnológica. La gastronomía, el turismo, la cultura, el esparcimiento. El polo audiovisual, la industria aeronáutica, la comercialización, la logística, la comunicación, la construcción. Late con el latido de cada emprendedor, de cada hacedor. Es el latido del corazón de la Argentina, desde donde parten las rutas, hacia donde llegan los caminos. Porque el potencial de Córdoba no tiene límites. Y desde su lugar estratégico atrae miradas, proyectos y sueños. En un contexto ambiental que favorece una mejor calidad de vida. A pocos minutos de un entorno natural digno de un paraíso. Córdoba late. Y en cada latido proyecta el crecimiento de toda una ciudad, de toda una provincia, de toda una nación. Córdoba productiva. Córdoba capital.
Sabemos que las ciudades evolucionan, cambian, se renuevan y crecen de la mano de soluciones transformadoras. Desde la Agencia para el Desarrollo Económico de la Ciudad de Córdoba, hace 24 años que estamos comprometidos con nuestro territorio, promoviendo el desarrollo sostenible con equidad. Somos un catalizador de iniciativas, un conector entre lo público y lo privado, una usina de cocreación de ideas y proyectos. Somos un espacio donde confluyen las voces y sueños de 50 instituciones, que representan a empresas y emprendedores, gobiernos, académicos e investigadores, promotores de la innovación y la transferencia tecnológica. Desde 1997 recorremos un largo camino. Promovemos la competitividad con un instrumento único en el país, a través del aporte de empresas de la ciudad. Impulsamos la transformación digital y potenciamos el desarrollo emprendedor con transferencias de innovación al circuito productivo. Concretamos el programa Córdoba Ciudad Diseño y llevamos adelante el Plan Estratégico Córdoba Polo Logístico al 2030. Desarrollamos estudios territoriales para que Córdoba pueda recuperar el área central y repensar las zonas norte, sur y este de la ciudad. Y tenemos el orgullo de haber sido seleccionados como sede del V Foro Mundial de Desarrollo Económico Local. Estos grandes desafíos nos llevaron a promover una planificación estratégica participativa del territorio para trabajar colaborativamente tanto los ejes estratégicos como las hojas de ruta hacia adelante. Construimos juntos una gran historia y fieles a nuestro legado, continuamos escribiendo un gran futuro. Fortaleciendo vínculos, afianzando la articulación público-privada, abriendo nuestras fronteras a lazos internacionales que impulsen nuestro crecimiento y enriquezcan nuestros aprendizajes. Hoy, más que nunca, sabemos quiénes somos y hacia dónde vamos. Juntos, construimos nuevas realidades por un desarrollo sostenible con equidad.
Muy bien, y ahora sí vamos a dar comienzo a la
We'll now begin with the closing ceremony of the fifth Forum on Local Economic Development. So we'll read the final declaration of the fifth World Forum on Local Economic Development. We'll welcome Hernan Soneiro, who's the Secretary of ADEC. Hernan, welcome. Good morning, everyone. As a host of this event, we've been working for 3 years together with ADEC teams. We went through a lot of things, even the pandemics, and we were able to successfully achieve to make this forum possible in Argentina. We work together with 12 organizing institutions in over 50 meetings, over 200 speakers from 60 countries from around the world participated in 3 languages with 313 countries, 45 sessions, and the collaboration of 92 people that are here in the set and around the globe in order to have the live streaming in different plenary sessions, panels, and workshops. Today, tomorrow, and the day after, we'll continue with the forum activities. This declaration is not the closure of the event, but an invitation and a starting point for the debate and discussion, good practices and ideas for the future. On behalf of ADEC, as part of the International Committee for the Fifth World Forum, I'd like to read the final declaration. The Fifth World Forum on Local Economic Development took place in the city of Córdoba from May 26 to June 1st, 2021, in a unprecedented and dramatic world context resulting from the effects of the global health crisis caused by COVID-19. However, this was not an obstacle for this crucial event. This world crisis that uncovered the fragility of our territories and has impacted all of the social environments, all of the stakeholders, and the institutions in the different levels of government. Causing vulnerability and inequality. In this context, the Fifth World Forum on Local Economic Development has consolidated as a global policy incidence process started a decade ago that is intended to improve institutional and political dialogue among stakeholders that participate in local and regional life. The forum promotes alliances for developing economic growth as a pathway to reach cohesive and sustainable societies by sharing ideas, purposes, good practices, and initiatives. The Fifth Forum has focused on new opportunities to promote territorial policies based on economic efficiency criteria, equity, and environmental balance related to mainly reconsidering and promoting new production models and new ways of consumption, always bearing in mind that we have to reach a better standard, respectful standard of life with human dignity for all inhabitants. The fifth forum has evidence that territories are spaces to generate knowledge and social empowerment. Playing a key role as guarantors for access to health, water, sanitation, education, employment, and housing. The fifth forum has facilitated a framework and a space for reflection, the exchange of experiences and debate based on the commitment on co-responsibility of all of the stakeholders, based on the thematic lines and dynamics. The declaration of the forum recognizes and agrees in the institutional political environment, first to promote strengthening processes of the political institutional environments to face critical situations arising from global phenomena, and empowering democratic institutions, promoting public services, improving collaboration between private public sector, and increasing resilience in situations of fragility. Second, to promote political incidence of local and regional governments and their associations, mobilizing leadership capabilities, increasing their presence in the international sphere as a key actor to reach the objectives and goals set in the UN 2030 agenda, and promoting international cooperation and South-South cooperation dynamics, triangular cooperation to promote more egalitarian, effective alliances among territories. Three, to strengthen multi-level alliances and the collaboration between cities and urban-rural networks, promoting strategic planning, supporting value chains, promoting the creation of decent work, and improving local economies and sustainable solidarity and social economic models. Four, to promote a territorial approach to ensure social dialogue, innovation, and cooperation, co-responsibility relations among all of the territory stakeholders, including the labor sector. Five, to promote decentralization process and increase competences of local and regional governments, and also financing of on behalf of national governments to offer better services in the territory. Regarding innovation, six, to promote economic practices and models based on territories such as social solidarity economy, green economy, circular economy, among others, not in a marginal way, but as a true pathways to create wealth, inclusion, equality, and favor a more effective response of local and global challenges. For this, it is essential that these models and practices are brought into public policies, planning systems, and supporting structures in local development processes. Seven, to recognize the main role of companies as key agents in the development of territories, especially those that carry out innovation experiences, generation of wealth and employment, promoting dynamic territorial ecosystems, promoting diversification, and transforming production in emerging and traditional sectors. The promotion of the creation of new companies and the support to survival and growth of SMEs must be especially considered. Eight, to make special mention to social economy and solidarity economy rooted in development local process, recognized as a key driver for transformative dynamics at a local level. The cooperation among cities and the green transition towards a new global balance must be recognized. Nine, to promote the innovation of digital transformation and energy transition. Local and regional governments must be at the forefront in digital revolution and energy transition. it is necessary to increase the capability of governments and professionals in the public sector in these fields. 10, to strengthen the public sector and public administration of basic services across all government levels, especially those skills that are critical to transform our territories and reduce imbalances. As regards equality and cohesion, 11, to promote funding mechanisms and equitable trade models that increase access to capital by economic actors, as well as instruments of social finances promoted by state and international organisms or bodies adapting to entrepreneurial initiatives. 12, to create territorial and interterritorial cohesion, especially among cities and rural areas, as well as among North and South territories, improving synergies in international and local cooperation. 13, to strengthen gender strategies and promote processes and mechanisms to allow once and for all to reach full equality among men and women in all of society's fields, environments, in all of the positions represented, which is essential for local economic development. 14, to strengthen practices of civil society entities, particularly organizations that group all of the informal economy, farmers and producers, and activities developed by the state, strengthening social links and institutional links that promote diversity and sustainability. Regarding employment, 15, to encourage social dialogue among social agents, economic agents, and promote transition processes towards formal economy, recognizes the work of those involved in informality, all of them generators of social economic activities, and who have the right for decent work and high-quality work. 16, to strengthen knowledge systems and educational institutions, higher and professional training institutions, training and learning linked to production systems and the creation of quality employment and skills that improve employability of people, reinforcing the capabilities of adaptation of the public sector. And 17, to commit to the implementation and promotion of human rights in all of the local environments and encourage the development of a culture of peace. All of the organizer entities of the Fifth Forum, through a process of reflection and exchange to look for ways for recovery in a sustainable and inclusive manner, therefore commit to develop and strengthen local economic development, particularly in or as regards, first, share mechanisms of response and resilience to address risk, crisis, or emergency situations that mitigate impacts on the people, quality employment, economies, and institutions, and that contribute to sustainable recovery. Second, to prioritize and promote innovations, technological solutions, and reorientation of production models and consumption models towards sustainability, equity, and cohesion, strengthening the capability of creating wealth and employment and responding to unsolved situations regarding social inequality, poor jobs, inclusion, forced migration, discrimination due to gender, and other factors that hinder free citizenship. Third, to increase social dialogue among business organizations, unions, local governments, and make all of the development actors responsible, promoting alliances, improving cooperation, and orienting policies that are sustainable and efficient to face new challenges in a global and local world. Fourth, to maintain the reflection and debate process to improve network and politics at multi-level spaces of international force, focusing on the pillars of the Fifth World Forum, such as territorial innovation, new models of production, and decent work, stable and quality work, and encourages all of the participating agencies to join these initiatives. The International Committee values, recognizes, and thanks all of the effort of the National Committee in the organization of this Fifth World Forum that was hosted even in extraordinary situations. After 5 days of debate, we consider that it's more relevant than ever the process of the WF-led and the process of knowledge management, policies, and action that it implies. So we need to revise the governance and alliance system that allows to amplify the potential of the World Forum, as well as constitute a permanent secretariat hub, World Forum led, to ensure the interforum process. The International Committee will now open, since September 2021, a process of potential candidates to host the 6th World Forum of Local Economic Development. We are looking forward to meeting in person next. Cordoba, June 1st, 2021.
Thank you very much for your words and leaving us with the conclusions of this Fifth Forum. You will all find these words in the website of this event. Now we'd like to welcome Maria Eugenia Limón, President of FAMSI and President of Huelva in Spain. Dear friends, it is for me, the President of Huelva, to introduce and to present in this closing ceremony. The Fifth Forum is coming to an end on its 5th edition, and as we said, with the 10th anniversary of the first World Forum celebrated in Seville, Spain. At the beginning of the forum, we approached it from a territory such as Andalusia, with the leadership of the UN Nations for the Development, for the economic development, and we, in those days, we were undergoing the crisis of the economic problems, solidarity, a global outlook, and at the same time very much committed with our citizens that could help the cooperation and the recovery. The first forum left a lot of thoughts in Andalusia, and it paved the way for this forum today in Cordoba, Argentina. But it was not easy. Such as the first one, the world today is facing a new challenge, a new crisis, a pandemic crisis, and challenges that have to do with the economic recovery that demands global solidarity, that ensures global solutions, key for problems like the ones we are facing. Out of this forum, we have a lot of lessons learned, and I'd like to highlight a few. The first one, the importance of partnerships to promote fairer territories, more cohesive, more inclusive territories. We will only get out of this together, not alone. Second, innovation. Innovation should lead us to social transformation, environmental and economic transformation. Our cities, our territories must be territories for the transformation. The future that is ahead requires that we become more imaginative, both public administration, civil society, companies, knowledge centers. We all should find in innovation and creativity the future of the planet. Third, the public. We have to defend the public. The public is what belongs to everyone. It's the only guarantee that we reduce inequality. This pandemic has proven that, and we cannot forget it. Fourth, the era of women is here. Change is ahead, but we have to insist, we have to promote, we have to share, we have to break barriers. Women's economic empowerment is key to reduce inequalities and to make fairer societies. Fifth, We must generate jobs, create jobs, quality jobs at territorial level, but that does not go against the planet, a greener employment, if you will. Sixth, this forum faces us with different outlooks from different continents, but let's not forget those who are the ones that are usually left behind, realities of countries and territories where the basic things to survive does not exist. Without resources, without development, territorial development, there is no peace. Let's not forget the climatic refugees, the immigrants that find refuge or a better future. There are no borders for those who look for a better future for their children. Once again, solutions must be global. Seventh, besides, and as part of the cities and local governments, we have to claim and call for the role of local governments in the local economic development, to give them a key role in the recovery that we will have to lead. This fifth forum was supposed to be held a year ago in presence, face-to-face, and we still remember the fourth forum in Cape Verde, in which I had the opportunity to participate and to be with you in so many spaces for cooperation, friendship, that of course being there offers. This fifth World Forum had to be postponed and had to be held in a virtual format, and in that sense I like to thank the efforts of the National Committee, first for keeping up with the will to do it and to to providing the means to make this possible. The context didn't allow us to make it in presence, but the second one is to give us an actual space for dialogue, for construction, and that will not end right here with the end of this forum. Our intention from this international committee is to reinforce this World Forum intentions and to make it more participative and to continue working on sustainability through a permanent secretary and making it as a referent, management and knowledge and transformation referent of economic development policies, local policies, in the framework of the global agenda, to continue working on the World Forum for Local Economic Development is more necessary than ever before. We want to thank the rest of the International Committee for the work they've done in this process. The International Organization of Labor Organization, the GLU, Oro Fogar, and I like to acknowledge more particularly the program of the UN for Development Art and its coordinator, Johanna Snitcher, who has worked relentlessly in this forum, and they being a main axis to articulate and to bring all this event together with the multilateral agenda. Thanks to the National Committee, to ADEC, to the province's government, to the province of Córdoba, to the National Administration of Argentina for hosting this forum. We know that this has represented a huge effort in these complicated times. For all those people that have been involved, thanks for your time. Thank you for your time, for your dedication to offer this great space to work. And we are here, and we still want to continue feeling like we are together next to people in Córdoba, to living their gastronomy, to sharing with barbecue and talk about so many ideas and so many projects that are always present in this context of the World Forum. We hope and we wish that we will have the opportunity to do it in person, and to all of those that are involved in the local economic development agencies, governments, civil society, social groups, centers of research, companies, multilateral agencies, all of you, thank you very much from the bottom of my heart. This is not a closing ceremony. This is just a step towards that joint work that we have to continue working for, and that we have to continue being the core of this global work. To all of you, from the bottom of my heart, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Maria Eugenia. And now we'll hear Johnny Araja, CLU and Mayor of Costa Rica, of San Jose, Costa Rica.
First, I'd like to thank the Mayor of Cordoba, Martín Yayora, and the Governor of the province of Cordoba, Juan Schiaretti, for their hospitality, and also like to thank all of the organizers of this forum, and of course the UCLG. Thanks to ADEC that gathers so many companies, institutions, and stakeholders of the local economy. The participation of companies, academia, community stakeholders, and public in general has raised the standard of the forum and has made it possible to have a space for dialogue, understand, and promote. In the opening ceremony, the mayors talked about the production model, which is obsolete, that has led us to social inequality. Local governments must act and build a better solidarity towards new economies. From this UCLG, the largest organization of municipalities in the world, we're convinced that we're facing a challenge that has to be reflected on changing the leadership of an economy and the development that is demanded by our societies. All of the exchanges that took place during the forum have contributed to a deeper perspective on the current situation, particularly Latin America, that is the continent that was very much hit by the crisis. There are many examples also that confirm the opportunity of innovation in this region. This forum has showed us clearly some of the opportunities where territories play a key role in terms of social, cultural, environmental, and economic development. Let me just give you some examples. First, it is crucial that local governments and regional governments articulate with the local communities and private and public sectors with innovative policies. ADEC is an excellent example, and the forum is a commitment in this regard. Secondly, besides private and public pillars and community pillars, universities are the fourth pillar for economic recovery. The crisis has hit the younger generations. They are the ones that lead the change and demand the change. Education must be a priority in the public agenda. Third, the commitment involves us all, national governments, communities, public sectors, universities, private sectors, local and regional governments, and organizations, international organizations. Fourth, the solidarity work articulated with the local and regional governments in their own territories, hand in hand with organizations and the civil society, is projected onto the networks, municipalities, and their organizations, and of course, in our organization, the UCLG. In this regard, the final declaration of the forum shows us the right way to implement regional and national policies and global agendas. It is crucial to articulate ourselves, to pursue clear objectives that have an actual impact on the territory, such as solidarity economy, circular economy, with the support to SMEs or creation of jobs in a sustainable and permanent manner. Our strategy at UCLG aims at renewing the social contract or with the sustainable development goals at the center. We'll continue working with the partners of this forum on economic policies so that people are always at the center. The forum gives us plenty of examples and plenty of elements to make it happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Johnny, for these thoughts. And now we'll give our words to Karl Helms-Lambert, President of the European Frontier Communities and President of the Parliament of the Germanophone, representing Autofogar. Welcome, Karl. Thank you for being with us.
Dear Vice Mayor of Cordoba, dear Mayor of San Jose, and dear representatives of different departments at the municipality and the province of Cordoba, the art initiative of the UNDP, the International Labour Organization, and FAMSI, dear ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for inviting the Association of European Border Regions to speak on behalf of the ORU-FOGAR, the Organization of United Regions, one of the co-organizers of the forum. I would like, first of all, to thank very warmly the province and the city of Cordoba, and especially the Economic Development Agency of Cordoba for their efforts to make the 5th Local Development Forum a reality. Everything was prepared to meet in place on May 2020, but COVID-19 dismantled all these plans and many other plans all over the world. We had to adapt to the new situation, change our minds on many occasions, face the urgent but also the old challenges, and finally, we have made many things that we had planned, but in a different way. And this 5th forum is a very, very good example for that. The coronavirus has provoked a huge catastrophe in many parts of the world, many sectors, and particularly in those who have lost their lives and their health. But we can also see some opportunities. In the European Union, we have the impression that the continental integration process has resulted reinforced with very important decisions taken during the pandemic on the future management and financing of the Union. We hope that Europe will be more resilient, more cohesive, more green, and also more social in the next years. And finally, the 5th LED Forum has taken place. It had to be online, of course, but this has made possible the participation of many other participants, and especially persons who would have not been able to do so in other conditions. Online tools have democratized participation in international events. Anyway, this is not easy to manage, especially with the size of this forum. So our congratulations to all who have made this possible. The pandemic has also made it possible for decision makers to have more arguments to adopt a better territorial vision. For instance, in our working field, border territories and cross-border cooperation, it is evident that a better approach to cross-border realities is needed, taking into account many daily situations that can be interrupted with border closings. But there is also a general feeling of the need for tailor-made solutions for a different type of territories. We all face general challenges, but solutions should be adapted to the diversity of the territories. So more coordination at international and transnational instances to face common challenges, and a place-based approach to take development and reconstruction to all territories. The sessions of this forum show clearly the potential of networking and the speed that new technologies developed during the pandemic can help to make possible partnerships that would have been very complicated to organize a few months ago. And there has been a very good series of issues which may inspire further action in many regions. The focus on new, sustainable and manageable tourism as a factor for development highlighted by our network, the FOGA. Resilience as a cross-cutting concept in many interventions, particularly regarding public services, empowering rural areas and improving urban-rural partnerships. The need to include a multi-level collaboration at all administrative levels involved and subsidiarily to promote public policies addressed to reactivate productive social and environmental development. The promotion of gender equality in all fields of life. And finally, circular economy as a smart way of handling current and preventing future environmental and economic challenges. We can certainly take the opportunity opened by online meetings, but strong networks are made of strong links. While we learn to build solid virtual links, we would need to keep on strengthening traditional ones also. So we are looking forward to the 6th LED Forum. Congratulations again to the authorities of the province and the municipality of Cordoba and all the co-organizers. And our best wish that the partnerships forget during these intensive working days and the varied exchanges and experiences will produce effective results in your daily work and perhaps in the strategic planning of your organization. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Carlos, for your words. Now, Ries Vekigard, who is the director of alliances from the ILO. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Ms. Moderator. And thank you very much for the opportunity to take part of closing of the forum. On behalf of the ILO, it's really an honor for me to be here. And I also want to convey my apologies to all of you that are far better in Spanish than I am, because I will have to speak in English. I'm very sorry. First and foremost, I want to say thank you to all the participants for having taken the time to join this very important forum. I also want to give a very special thank you to our host country, Argentina, to the province of Cordoba and the Economic Development Agency of Cordoba, and for all their incredible support. And I want to thank all the partners that have made this forum possible, and not least in the times of COVID-19 and the fact, as previous speakers have said, that we had to conduct this forum virtually. I really want to mention many, but especially I want to now highlight a thanks to UNDP, UCLG, SEBRAE, Eurofogar, FAMSI, the city of Turin, and the government of Cabo Verde. Thank you. Now, the Local Economic Development Forum has indeed over the past years very much established itself as a main platform where we could present, we could share knowledge, experiences and good practices on local economic development, and equally important, to explore how to sustain and also scale up such good practices. And the forum has therefore also very much had a particular contribution to strengthening South-South cooperation and triangular cooperation, and of course, solidarity. I also would like to take this opportunity to highlight that the forum indeed has fostered and fosters multi-stakeholder partnerships, and it can also facilitate indeed coordinated action both at global, at national, at regional, and indeed at local levels. And the forum has more than convincingly demonstrated how it contributes also to dialogues and exchanges on local economic development among a very wide range of stakeholders. And moreover, it contributes very much to fostering cooperation, partnerships, and to promote joint actions for the realization at local level of the 2030 agenda. Again, this time around, the forum has confirmed very much how critically important the community-based organizations, mayors, governance, local authorities are, and how crucial they are very much as key partners in adapting to and developing relevant local solutions, including to the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. We know all of us can get sick from the COVID. We also are equally clear, I believe, that the pandemic indeed does not affect us all in the same way socioeconomically. So relevant solutions to recovery must indeed take full account of what are the actual real needs in the local areas. Now, fully understanding the impact on human, at the human level, it also requires placing the human at the center of development. And that is really the foundation of the ILO Centenary Declaration of 2019 that was adopted at our International Labour Conference in 2019. And it's only through a human-centered development that we will actually be able to build forward better, as also previous speakers spoke to. And doing so must indeed have at its core the needs and the rights of people. The Local Economic Development Forum have had, as we have heard, a very, very large number of sessions and rich exchanges on good practices and experiences in local area development. We also have heard that the very rich discussions have been both on innovation, on reducing inequality and promoting decent jobs, and much more. Now, from an ILO perspective, it has been very rewarding also to follow detailed exchanges and discussions on the role of social dialogue in local area development, because such practices are essential to ensure that we have voice, that we have participation, and we have inclusion for all, so that no one is left behind. I would like to conclude by reiterating my sincere appreciation to all of those that have participated in the forum, and all of you that have offered not only your time, but also your thoughts and contributions, your commitment and dedication to this very important topic, and for the discussions of local economic development. And finally, if you allow, I would like to thank my colleagues that have worked very hard to prepare for and conduct the forum. A very special thank you is, of course, due also to the ILO office in Buenos Aires, Argentina, and to all other colleagues that have worked to make this such a success. I thank you all, and I do indeed thank you for inviting me to be part of the closing of the forum. I wish everyone good health and stay safe. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, Rui.
Thank you very much, and we will continue now in this closing ceremony on the 5th World Forum on Local Economic Development. We will now give a warm welcome to Johannes Kranitzer from the UNDP. Welcome once again.
Many thanks in the name of UNDP, and a very warm greeting to all that have accompanied us in this 5th World Forum during these 5 days of very hard work, but really great success. This goes to colleagues, participants, panelists, and of course also the technical teams that have made all this possible. Also, I want to really extend my thanks to the city of Cordoba, the province, the national government of Argentina, and specifically to ADEC, the agency that has really been the cornerstone in developing this forum in Argentina, and to my friends and colleagues of the International Committee. Without them, this forum would not have been possible, of course. Let me just share one quick thought, because when we have been at the stage of 9 years World Forum for Local Economic Development. We had 4 successful forums, and then there was a difficult process. The difficult process specifically also through the pandemic, but also certain other issues. And we were thinking, Is has the forum still its pertinence? Is there necessity to develop and to celebrate these big forums and discuss these issues? And let me be honest, I mean, we had some doubts, but then after these 5 days, I do think even maybe more than before, we are seeing that the forum that puts the territory at the center, that really looks at the issues from a territorial lens, that brings together international level, the national level, the different local levels, and the different segments, starting from the government, the civil society, the private sector, the academia, as well as the United Nations agencies, bringing all this together. A forum has even more raison d'être, more reason for being today in the pandemic and in the post-pandemic scenario than beforehand. With this, I really want to say, like, we are very much looking forward as UNDP to the 6th edition. As you heard, we're going to launch very shortly the search for a candidate that would accompany us and the Technical Secretariat and the International Committee in celebrating the next forum. And again, emphasizing this look from the territories to really also influence and contribute to the international debate, but having the people of the territory and the territories in the center. Many thanks.
Muchísimas gracias, Johannes.
Thank you, Johannes, for your words. And now we have the pleasure to present now at the end of this closing ceremony of this forum. We have here Nicolas Pelloni, Councillor and representing ADEC and the city of Córdoba. Welcome, Nicolas. Good morning, everybody. I'd like to thank the authorities of ADEC for allowing me and giving me the possibility to give you a few warm goodbye words. The city of Córdoba has felt great for being the main place of this forum. We think that the goals we've had from the organization have been really achieved. The participation and the commitment of those who have participated was incredible. Eduardo Soneiro, our secretary, makes it evident that more than 200,000 streamings by the 200 speakers from the 60 countries that have participated made it possible. The content that we have discussed in this forum leave several tools to potentiate the local economic development from the different stakeholders, both public and private. This is not really, as we said, a closing. This is actually the opening of many things from today on. Everything that was debated, such rich content, academia, government institutions, national, both local, national institutions, fosters us or gives us hope that we can continue working for specific policies to benefit the local economic development in each one of our communities. As a councillor of this host city, and as councillor of the ADEC, a member of the local organizing committee, and as an engaged citizen, I am totally available so that the lessons learned during this forum, at least in our cities, do not go unheard, but they should start paving the way for allowing our citizens to live better. I don't want to forget to thank our mayor, Martín Zarzola, for giving us all the tools we needed in order to organize this 5th World Forum. The 50 people that make the wonderful local team, people who are in charge of the live streaming for all the speakers around the world, the challenge of guaranteeing connectivity and integration of all the participants, to also compile all the work that was recorded and to connect the world in a virtual way in these 58 hours of live streaming, a challenge that, in my opinion, was very successful. I'd also like to thank and recognize the men and women of the international community who have worked intensively over the last days, not only here in the World Forum host city, but also wherever they were, to work with, for the goals of this forum. And I'd like to summarize the main lessons learned during this forum. And I'd like to do it in a paragraph that I built based on the contents that we have heard in these 5 days that summarize the spirit of the forum. We have to generate a framework, a development framework in our local governments, product of a dialogue space, construction space that give job opportunities to our citizens adapted to the new times, taking into account the integration of ideas, the social and cultural aspects, the environmental aspects, sustainability and diversity, by reducing pre-existing inequalities without leaving aside education as a main cornerstone in developing territories. I'd like to invite you to our city whenever you get a chance. Come visit us, and you will be able to see its charms, not in a virtual way only, but you will be able to share our culture, our food, our sound, and the warmth of our people. We look forward to hosting you. And before I end with my speech and give the floor to our Vice Mayor, I like to share this video with you. Thank you very much. How many things really happened during these 5 days? We saw this on the video clip. Nicolas Piloni just said it. And now we'll give the floor to our Vice Mayor of the Municipality of Córdoba, Daniel Passerini. Good morning, and thank you for this opportunity. It is an honor to having shared and especially learned during this fifth forum on local economic development, and from the presentations that I've had the chance to listen to hear during these 5 days. It's an honor for the people of Córdoba to have having hosted this forum, and we'll look forward to having you here in person, to have the chance to show you the warmth and hospitality of our people. We're sure about that this will be just a nightmare, and we're going to leave it behind, and we'll be able to empower the lives of our people. Events such as this give us more encouragement and hope
particularly when we can share experiences. And I'd like to thank each of the participants and all of you who have become interested in these issues that in a way prepare ourselves for this current scenario. We look forward to having you here in Cordoba City. We are thankful for your efforts, all the people that were behind, people representing ADEC, and each of the members of the municipal government of Cordoba, Mayor Jajora, and all of the people behind the cameras who are making this World Forum possible, in this particular context. We wish this forum to be a turning point where we are leaving behind a sad situation, a sad context, and begin to experience new times with more equity, more hope, and better conditions for us all. Thank you. Thank you, Vice Mayor Passerini, who was with us on the closing ceremony of the Fifth Forum. Thank you for joining us. But this is not over. I mean, we are going to continue with the panels and simultaneous activities. Now we'll have a break, a short break. We'll share some video clips and also some music from Juan Ingaramo from the Botanical Garden. We'll be back in 20 minutes.
Córdoba se abre camino a través de su gente. Desde el corazón productivo del país, siempre salimos adelante en comunidad, con los pies en la tierra y mirada global. Estamos convencidos que la economía social y comunitaria es una realidad para el empleo y lo plasmamos en acciones basadas en la solidaridad y la justicia social. Pusimos en marcha la tarjeta Activa, un programa con efecto multiplicador que fomenta el comercio de cercanía y destina un porcentaje al apoyo de organizaciones con fines sociales y ambientales. Cambiamos de paradigma. Convertimos nuestras ferias en paseos para la ciudad. Dotamos de infraestructura, reconocimiento y derechos a los trabajadores, potenciando la comercialización de productos, artesanías y servicios que sostienen la economía familiar. Normalizar su trabajo se convirtió en una de nuestras políticas de género más fuertes. Promovemos el voluntariado social en actividades sin fines de lucro y regularizamos las relaciones entre los voluntarios y sus organizaciones. Independientes, trabajadores y firmes en nuestras metas. Hoy más que nunca sabemos quiénes somos y hacia dónde vamos. Juntos construimos nuevas realidades. Córdoba Capital. Todas las oportunidades. Un solo destino.
Los espacios de la ciudad que eligieron los artistas son tuyos, son para vos. Córdoba lo tiene todo. Disfrútala.
Otra noche de verano y tengo frío. Disparaste con la bala del vacío. Completamente desconocido. Pensaba en lo que no dijimos. Siento un pelo en la lengua, mi amor. Pelo en la lengua, mi amor. Oh, me dan ganas de llegar a Otra noche de verano y tengo frío. Disparaste con la bala del vacío. Completamente desconocido. Pensaba en lo que no dijimos y siento un pelo en la lengua, mi amor. Pelo en la lengua, mi amor. Bueno, como el streaming era como tocar en Córdoba de algún modo, ¿no? Consideré que la lista tenía que estar llena de esas canciones que me acercaron a esa identidad cordobesa, ¿no? Una de esas es esta, que sigue, que si bien su autor no es cordobés, yo lo conocí por una gran banda cordobesa que me hizo disfrutar de muchas noches de fiesta, aún de chiquitito, y se llama Cambias mi amor. No es la primera vez que llego y tú no estás. Presiento que alguien me quita tus horas y aumenta mi soledad. No es la primera vez. Te escondes para hablar. Cuando el teléfono suena, yo sé que con él tú me engañas. Cambias mi amor por un extraño que para ti él es un sabio, mientras que yo sufro en silencio todos los desprecios que uno a uno, día a día, noche a noche vas haciéndome. Cambias mi amor por un extraño que para ti él es un sabio, mientras que yo sufro en silencio cada beso que me vas negando y ya de tu boca está robándome. No es la primera vez que llego y tú no estás. Presiento que alguien me quita tus horas y aumenta mi soledad. No es la primera vez. Te escondes para hablar. Cuando el teléfono suena, yo sé que con él tú me engañas. Dice, cambias mi amor por un extraño que para ti él es un sabio, mientras que yo sufro en silencio todos los desprecios que uno a uno, día a día, noche a noche vas haciéndome. Cambias mi amor por un extraño que para ti él es un sabio, mientras que yo sufro en silencio cada beso que me vas negando y ya de tu boca está robándome. No es la primera vez. Es como que me desconcentro mientras toco. ¿Será que hace mucho que no toco? ¿O será que es muy lindo este lugar? Las dos pueden ser. Esta canción se llama El Compositor. Está en un disco que se llama Best Seller, que lo pueden escuchar en su plataforma favorita o en YouTube, por supuesto. Dice: la mitad de esta canción es mía, la otra no y es la mejor. La escribió mi versión subjetiva, queriendo ser de persuasión. Me fui a estanciar y no había más lugar. Me quedé mal estacionado afuera. Borré con la mala maldad. Tengo que festejar. Mentira, era mentira. Yo lo sabía y no te lo decía. Esta canción es mía, la otra no y es la mejor. La escribió mi versión subjetiva, queriendo ser de persuasión. Me fui hasta el cielo y no había más lugar. Me quedé mal estacionado fuera. Borré con la maldad. Tengo que festejar. Mentira, era mentira. Yo lo sabía y no te lo decía. Pido perdón. Solo soy el compositor. Mentira, era mentira. Yo lo sabía y no te lo decía. Pido perdón. Solo soy el compositor. Mentira, era mentira. Yo lo sabía y no te lo decía. Pido perdón. Solo soy el compositor. Mentira, era mentira. Yo lo sabía y no te lo decía. Pido perdón. Solo soy el compositor. Esta canción se llama Romeo y Violeta. Hace mucho que no la toco, así que vamos a hacer de cuenta que la estoy tocando en vuestras casas, que hay un pianito ahí. Y que si se sale bien, mortal, y si no sale tan bien, también mortal. Soy el que se dio cuenta que tanta experiencia de nada sirvió, nadita nada. Y hoy me vengo a dar cuenta que la consecuencia somos nosotros dos. país. Arri. Caguelón. No imaginan cómo de nosotros han hablado. Dicen que por ser amantes somos descarados. Y no saben que lo nuestro es algo profundo. Si supieran que te amo como nada en el mundo. Dicen que por ser casados somos algo prohibido. Que yo tengo a mi mujer y vos a tu marido. Y que nada nos importa, ni siquiera los hijos. Y que no merecemos nada, solamente un castigo. No vivimos de lo que dirán si la gente habla por hablar. Un papel no es la felicidad. Yo te amo y esa es la verdad. Y no saben que todo nuestro amor es puro. Es fuego y pasión que no se apaga, yo te lo aseguro. No imaginan cómo de nosotros han hablado. Dicen que por ser amantes somos descarados. Y no saben que lo nuestro es algo profundo. Ay, si supieran que te amo como nada en el mundo. Dicen que por ser casados somos algo prohibido. Que yo tengo a mi mujer y vos a tu marido. Y que nada nos importa, ni siquiera los hijos. Y que no merecemos nada, solamente un castigo. Y dice, no vivimos de lo que dirán si la gente habla por hablar. Un papel no es la felicidad. Yo te amo y esa es la verdad. Y no saben que todo nuestro amor es puro. Es fuego y pasión que no se apaga, yo te lo aseguro. Nos condenan solo por amor. Dicen que lo nuestro es inmoral, que somos amantes nada más. Somos la vergüenza del lugar y no saben que todo nuestro amor es puro. Es fuego y pasión que no se apaga. Te amo y te lo juro. De Córdoba, capital, bro. Es la onda, bro. Hey. Nos condenan solo por amor. Dicen que lo nuestro es inmoral, que somos amantes nada más. Somos la vergüenza del lugar y no saben que todo nuestro amor es puro. Es fuego y pasión que no se apaga.
Bienvenidos de regreso, aquí estamos una vez más para continuar con
Welcome back.
este quinto foro mundial de desarrollo
So we're going to continue with the program. Those of you who have registered the session on cooperation with UNDP is starting just now. We'll now begin with a plenary session organized by UNDP. Economic justice, local development, coexistence, and peace. We'll welcome now the Vice Mayor of our city, Daniel Passerini. Welcome. Good morning. This plenary session will be moderated by Ana Barrero Tiscar from Spain. She is the president of the Spanish Association for Peace Research, IPAS. She is the director of the board of directors and project manager of the Fundación Cultura de Paz, and she is the member of the Council of the Institute for Human Rights, Democracy, Culture for Peace, and Nonviolence. She is the member represented IPAS of Sustainable Development Council, a governance body for the implementation of the SDGs and the 2030 Agenda in Spain. Welcome, Ana, on this plenary session. So the floor is yours to begin this plenary session. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, depending on where you are, and welcome. And thank you for joining us on this plenary session. I'd like to thank the panelists of this plenary session on economic justice, local development, coexistence, and peace in this fifth forum in order to address different local development approach and the role of territories in times of uncertainty. Thanks to Cordoba for hosting this forum. Thanks to the organizers and the UNDP to promote this discussion, promoting transformation and transitioning as the 2030 agenda sets that this event is intended to be a space as a forum for two global processes, the LED Forum and the World Forum on Peace Territories. The World Forum on Peace, representing IPAS, is a reflection and debate process that is intended to encourage peace culture and political agendas, in local political agendas, to build a municipalism for peace. We're having the third edition virtually with over 30 meetings, events organized from different parts of the world, but with a host city, which is the City of Mexico, and an organizing committee of 20 institutions and multi-level institutions, migrations, diversity, gender diversity, different partnerships to build peace. Academia, these are different issues that are addressed in this forum. In UNDP, UCLG support the forum. I'll be moderating this fifth plenary session that is intended to share reflections and commitments regarding the importance of economic justice to develop peace in territories, correcting inequalities, and also share good practices and experiences that are oriented to developing peace in territories based on proposals that have to do with, that have an impact on economic justice, because this is a principle for peaceful and prosperous life. We cannot have peace without sustainable growth. Economic inequalities is at the source of a lot of inequalities, such as racism, rage crimes, extreme violence, and armed conflicts in many cases are due to economic inequalities. The 2030 Agenda quotes the large inequalities in terms of wealth and power as one of the biggest challenges for sustainable growth. Poverty and inequality are the result of political decisions adopted. Therefore, it's important to have public policies which are alternative and robust that allow to redistribute wealth and end inequality. COVID-19 crisis has clearly uncovered the systemic crisis we've been undergoing for decades, deepening in structural inequalities, economic, social, and gender inequalities. The crisis situation, the current situation, has given rise to new types of violence or emphasizing existing violence. If we don't make the right measures, the consequences post-COVID crisis will be devastating, particularly in certain groups that have been suffering from multiple discrimination and exclusion before the pandemics. The impact on poor territories can be catastrophic and deeply destabilizing. The fragility of healthcare systems, the economic impact mainly affect the population that live in informality and with survival economics, such as, for example, poor neighborhoods and isolated areas. In this context, perspective is that one that is associated with economic justice, public policies promoting economic justice from the cities and territories were deployed with diverse and creative initiatives in scenarios with big gaps, social and spatial gaps, and with territories with violence. Therefore, it is urgent to bet on a systematic transformation as the 2030 Agenda proposes so that no one is left behind and advance towards a resilient society when we face situations such as these. Strengthening a system for social protection that ensures social, cultural, and economic rights of the people. And in this sense, city governments play a key role because they are the institutions that are close to the citizens. They can respond to the needs of the people and secure their well-being. And we saw this during pandemics. Poverty, inequality are not indifferent to public policies. Their extension and evolution depend closely on the design and the capacity of public policies to protect the peoples. Cities and territories must develop public policies that promote social justice and are aligned with the new development paradigm that has people at the center. Policies that reinforce or ensure the rights of people so that people have a life that is free of discrimination and violence. Policies that put social policies and sustainable economy and sustainability at the core, and incorporating policies for sustainable growth as an indispensable process in order to move towards comprehensive solutions, transformative solutions towards sustainability, the reduction of inequality, including gender inequality, and the adoption of human rights. Territories and cities have the responsibility to create more social and economic justice through budgets and policies that are oriented to mediation, education, participation, democracy, transparency, and the defense of human rights, putting into practice effective governance against inequality and leading strategies of coexistence and participation, and ensuring the provision of inclusive services that would ensure care and satisfaction of basic needs required to ensure a decent life of all of the peoples. A municipal governance that contributes to building more fair, inclusive, sustainable, and peaceful societies. And to share experiences and reflect on all these issues, we put together this plenary session with speakers that I'll be introducing shortly. First of all, we have a first round, and then we'll have a second round where we're going to have a look at questions. It's a Q&A session. Questions we'll be getting via the platforms. First of all, I'd like to introduce Daniel Pacerini, who's the vice mayor of the city of Cordoba, that is the host city of the Fifth Forum. He is the minister of Solidarity He's a past mayor of the town of Cruz Alta, and he's a general practitioner that is committed to the people. And before giving the floor to Daniel, on behalf of the World Forum of Peaceful Territories, congratulations on the success of this led World Forum, and thanks for hosting this forum. And in this sense, I'd like to ask you, why is Cordoba host of this World Forum on Local Economic Development, and which is the place that social justice, what is the role of social justice in the municipality of Cordoba?
Hello, Anna. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, according to the place in the world where you're listening from. It is an honor to share this fifth plenary session with such distinguished colleagues that are here with us, part of this event, and without a doubt, they have enriched and they continue to do so in each one of the sessions, and with this possibility of exchanging ideas and experiences. Anna, you asked me, why Cordoba? Why are we hosting this fifth World Forum? And I'd like to link this answer, the answer to the first question, with the answer to the second question. I like to link the fact that Cordoba as a host and what we bring to economic justice within this peaceful context and environment. It is a reality, it's a complete bond, because we think opportunities must be extended, they must be universal, without any restrictions, at a time when restrictions are some of the worst, together with protocols that we've used a lot during the pandemic, that are no restrictions, and the dynamic and the city government must be that drive that ensures warranties. We are completely convinced with our Mayor Martín Zarzora that the pandemic will be a turning point for society around the world, and for cities particularly. That's a territory where where transformations occur. We have a lot to learn from this crisis. We have a lot to build around the cities, and something that we know for sure is that we will have a very different local agenda as of the pandemic. A closeness strategy, understanding, and certainty agenda to rebuild the bonds of trust. And I believe that it's a new time to build modernity upon the pandemic crisis. And we should all be part of the solution, becoming the main characters of this new modernity. It's a lot more than a new normal. It's a lot more than the new normal around the tools of technology, but it also proposes new responsibility concepts, accountability, community, and empathy contexts. That new normal and new modernity, it will allow us to have a new future that we have to build upon consensus, working together to overcome this pandemic. As our Pope Francis says, nobody can be saved on its own. We all need each other, one another, leading, listening to each other, and acting upon consensus as consensuated as possible. It's inconceivable around the world to find actual solutions without having consensus to contribute with the tools that respond to the needs that we already knew, but that can also respond to everything that will come from these changes around the world. And of course, all the cities in Latin America. We have a lot to rebuild, and we have a lot to create for this new modernity. In our case, in a project that we devised together with Mayor Martín Zarzora, before the pandemic, we had a basic concept, which was to humanize Cordoba. We departed from a very good foundation, which are our citizens here in Cordoba, that they've had in Cordoba an overcoming spirit with no parallel. And in these difficult times of the pandemic, we're not going to stop. Together, And thanks to that overcoming spirit of our population, we decided to devise and develop a smart city, an inclusive city, a friendly city. As Anna, you said very rightly, we are convinced that the public policies, the good ones, are people-centered. This modernity adapted to our style that allow us to live better every day and that help us leverage the things that are really worth it. We recognize the management based on results and evidence-based policies so that people can live under good in a good quality of life, as a friendly and sustainable city, a human city. We have to listen actively and we have to understand societies and then act in consequence. The pandemic crisis are speeding up very deep changes that will affect cities, such as digitalization of retail, the change of a monetized economy to the use of less cash every day, remote work, the delivery of services, the pedestrian quality of our streets for each and every one of our citizens. In Cordoba, we understand that it's key to have strong policies that defend the cooperativism policies and social economy, legal context that give context to the intentions. We need to think about circular economy, where the linear economy is the necessary extreme, supporting the sustainable approach. And in this framework, we need to adopt public policies to use the resources in an aware and conscious way based on sustainability, reuse of waste in the productive system, a reduction of landfills, and recycling as the axis of the productive future. The circular economy model proposes to impact significantly on the SDGs and the SDGs that were agreed upon in the Paris Agreement. More efficiency in the use of resources, reducing the amount of waste being produced, having the productive cycle of raw material in the most efficient and effective way, community productivity also to foster job creation from Cordoba, the productive heart of our country, very proud to say. We have several actions with this goal based on solidarity and social justice. Activa card that promotes the productivity in close-by businesses, infrastructure, recognition and rights of workers in the popular economy, trading their crafts and their services that support the family economy, also supporting the non-profit organizations and linking volunteers and their organizations. And it's essential to watch an orange economy. Cultural industries are pillars of the social transformation and economic transformation. And here in Cordoba, we are working constantly to recover public spaces together with our neighbors, with the artists in each one of the neighborhoods to develop the social, to promote the social development. That's why we have the urban art corridor open. In open spaces. I like to end my speech saying that, well, the pandemic forced us to reflect. We have to get involved. We have to have no fear, no prejudice, always with hope and with bravery, with solidarity, but most of all with a collective look. The world has unveiled different inequalities, and I mentioned that very accurately. Globalization was not the solution to the inequality problems. If anything, it actually unveiled them. The number of vaccines that are not enough for everybody, and they should be a right, a social right. In 1966, the social rights have been included in the Human Rights Declaration, but over the past 2 decades in the last century, this matters that the economic growth of many countries and many regions implied social growth was a great contradiction. The economic growth meant, in many models, an increase in poverty and the leaving behind of many social groups. For us, social justice means the fact that we can all evolve in a society that also evolves. That's what we're doing in Córdoba. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Daniel.
Thank you, Daniel, for sharing the initiatives that you're carrying out from the municipality of Córdoba. I really enjoyed everything you said, but the importance of creating a new modernity with the empathy, concepts of empathy and responsibility to have a better life. I think this is a concept that I think is very interesting, and that cities, the importance of the local, that is everything that has to do with orange economy. A very, very interesting example. Thank you very much. Now, the next speaker is Samuel Risk, representing UNDP. And he has experience in different UNDP in countries such as Sudan, for example. In other countries, he has a master's in Middle Eastern studies. Sam, can you tell us the place where the role for UNDP in general, and how do you promote alliances with other actors to encourage peace at a local level?
Thank you very much, colleagues, distinguished panelists. It's a pleasure to be here. It's a pleasure to work for on this particularly important initiative. I think this partnership goes back a few years. I'm very much looking forward to the next few years of partnership as well. It's truly a place where local governance, local economic development, local problems and solutions meet the kinds of discussions that we now more and more in a number of different places around the world, particularly issues of conflict, peace, and civil tension, among others. So really appreciating being here as well. Very much appreciated the Vice Mayor's particular perspective. I think it's curious and interesting with Cordoba's long history of tension and coexistence, going back hundreds of years, that we are having this discussion and that Daniel opened this discussion. In the next few minutes, I'd like to share a few things. One is just generally a perspective on why this is important to us. And then secondly, 3 or 4 lessons learned from the past few years that I think are important to us, but also to our partners as well. And I think they answer your question, Anna, on what are we doing with others as well, and how do we move this agenda forward. First of all, there's a general sense now that peaceful, productive, and inclusive coexistence in cities and territories for sustainable development, as we heard earlier, this is more and more at the heart and mandate of the work of the United Nations, but certainly UNDP as well. We've heard Secretary General Antonio Gutierrez mark recently of the World Council of United Cities and Local Governments that at the local level that we can connect the dots to develop holistic, integrated solutions to many complicated global crises that we now actually face. There is nothing more complicated now, obviously, than the COVID pandemic that has actually made worse a lot of pre-existing tensions because of the rapid urbanization that came with it, because of concentrated poverty and inequality, and because of the more and more stress on the environment or on natural resources, therefore producing social instability and tension in many different cases. UNDP, this is important because when we look at annually how much work that we do in 170 countries, for example, what we spend our budget on, where the biggest work is, 9 out of our 10 of our top 10 biggest country offices are fragile conflict crisis countries. 60% of our annual budget is delivered in these settings. This was the case in 2020. So our commitment to peace and development and finding local solutions is never more critical and important than it is now, also in the context of recovery from COVID. Where do we see a lot of this happening? A lot of this relationship we see between local governance and conflict and peace. We are seeing it at a local level. So therefore, sustaining peace to a great extent starts from the bottom and goes up as well. In these crisis contexts, but now much more broadly as well, we're seeing that sustainable livelihood opportunities, targeted local investments, and inclusive local economic development bring about important opportunities to engage a lot of different parts of the population, particularly the most vulnerable. In many cases, it's youth, it's women, and the purpose of which is to restore dignity and hope to a lot of people, and in many cases, while doing so, fixing a broken social relationship, which in bigger terms might be a broken social contract, for example. We keep learning, for example, how stronger local value chains, more equitable, dignified employment practices, and can promote greater access to markets and labor opportunities. And I'll speak in the next couple of minutes on some of these particular situations where there is a host community, and in many cases where there is a displaced or refugee population as well. The Syria crisis starting in 2011 obviously brought about a lot of this challenge to us. Since 2013 in Lebanon, with a lot of refugees from Syria going to Lebanon, we've been working with our national partners in the UN system and outside the UN system, government, to build the resilience of the most impacted communities, host communities, and the refugees in the East, working with them as well. We're targeting 250 localities, municipalities, characterized already at that time by high levels of poverty and economic pressure that just got worse. And we know that because of this influx of refugees, a lot of social tension ensued as well, because there is pressure on access to services, pressure on jobs, and just this general sense that there is not enough for everyone. And maybe I'll come back to that a little bit later as well. So Lebanon is impacted by the crisis, but even inside Syria, our core government functions and local governance team was able to support the work there too over the past few years. So in many cases, we are working with a number of other UN agencies on a joint program that links urban and rural areas to link to vital economic and livelihood opportunities and connections and corridors between the conflict. I know that this is an important and dear area for a lot of colleagues on the line now, and a lot of us that are listening, so that this doesn't become an urban problem or an urban solution, but rather a corridor and a link between what is urban and what is rural as well. There's a bigger question that I think the Vice Mayor also brought about, how to tackle bigger issues than just what is happening around COVID or etc. But I think what COVID has exposed is a lot of history of inequality in particular places. We need to tackle these inequalities in cities and territories, and this is an essential part of the work that we do towards peace and sustainable development. The global pandemic hasn't helped very much, so I think it is important to look at particular services. Healthcare stands out, but also other areas as well. Particular areas, I think, in cities are much more impacted than others. Slum communities, we know that healthcare has decreased in many of these places. We see that even in some places that, relatively speaking, we're doing okay, even in Africa, Nairobi, Abidjan, Lagos. And we're trying to figure out how there's a more inclusive, equitable way to deliver a lot of these services as well. Maybe, Anna, if you allow me, let me close by 4 different lessons that we've learned from the past couple of years of dealing with the COVID impact on peace and security and local governance, also broadly speaking, on what is the work and maybe where some of these partnerships are best possible. So 4 lessons learned for UNDP. One is, it's not just which services are delivered, but it's how they are delivered. I think that becomes a key issue for us. Accountable local governance systems that are responsible, accountable, we heard this as well, are for sure the building blocks of social cohesion in divided communities, can facilitate participation in public life, safeguard minority rights, vulnerable communities' rights, and can support equitable distribution of resources and opportunities. When these seeds are sown, a better social contract is redeveloped, strengthened, etc. In Afghanistan, we work with 20 municipalities and local councils to develop public grievance management guidelines and a database to make sure that a lot of these responses are fed back to the community about not only which services, but how services are delivered. The second lesson learned is that if we want to ensure sustainability, sustainable development, community-led efforts must be backed up by evidence-based policies and data. Across Central America, UNDP and USAID have been working on something called InfoSegura, which is a regional effort to provide improved data production and use for gender-based violence, conflict-sensitive public policies for citizen security. And as part of the Cities of Peace initiative, we focus on municipal peace building. UNDP and the City of Madrid have recently partnered with cities, universities, and decentralized cooperation agencies to adapt a methodology for what we call participatory violence diagnosis in places like Montevideo, Parea, Cabo Verde, and Sucre in Bolivia. And we're doing something similar in the Donetsk region in the Ukraine as well. Lesson number 3, local ownership is key. We support local institutions to implement what we call area-based approaches for peace and development. And these approaches basically foster local alliances through promotion of an integrated approach to challenge multiple services, multiple levels, multiple decision points that actually come together to provide a service to people. We're doing this in Yemen, very, very difficult context, but if it works there, it might work in other places too, where there's a partnership between local government, civil society, and the private sector, and in that case, particularly tribal leadership and independent experts to make sure that public services are delivered to everyone. Lastly, lesson learned number 4, peer learning between cities and territories is important. Spain is a particularly strong leader in this respect, probably one of the reasons that we're having this discussion today. Doing this helps others deal with urban fragility and urban tension and urban violence. So in international organizations like ours, we have a strong role to play to help promote this exchange of knowledge and decentralized cooperation for local governance and local development to solutions of fragility. UNDP supports UCLG and global networks such as the Global Alliance of Urban Crisis and knowledge platforms like City to City networks to bring together different actors to learn about effective responses to localized effects of crisis and conflict. I will stop here just by saying that by having this discussion today and looking forward to the next set of speakers and what we can do together moving ahead, I think we bring life to a talking point that we hear very often, but are unable sometimes to articulate. Over the past many years, all of us probably have been saying, and we heard this, I think, from Daniel early on, people-centered approaches are critical. Institution-based approaches are critical. So we put those together, an approach to doing good by people who are most vulnerable to leave no one behind must be people-centered and institutions-based. This discussion that we are having today, I think, exemplifies exactly what that means. I'd be happy to come back and share a few more responses, maybe to some questions as they come up. Thanks again to the organizers, the World Forum, for accepting us as a host, and we look forward to continuing collaboration moving ahead. Back to you, Anna.
Thank you, Sam, for your presentation, for showing us what you're doing from UNDP, all of the activities that you're carrying out, such relevant activities to end inequality and enforce sustainable growth. And this emphasis you made on all of the activities carried out by institutions, all of the approaches have to have people at the center in order to address inequalities and build peace. Thank you again. We'll now give the floor to Peter Knipp from the Association of Municipal Governments of Netherlands. He's representing UCLG, the promotion of also the mitigation of poverty always play a key role in his agenda. He's studied history and international relations. He's a specialist in local government affairs, municipal cooperation, citizenship participation, and local development. Peter, I'd like to ask you if you could discuss why UCLG has an award on peace. And can you talk a little about this award and who gets this award and what is the role that economic justice has in building peace?
Thank you very much, Anna, for introducing me. Well, greetings to all participants from a sunny Netherlands. Let me first of all thank the organizers for inviting me to introduce to you the Peace Prize of United Cities and Local Governments, which, as you all might know, is the world organization of local and regional governments. 7 minutes to inform you about the history, the objective, the methods, the financial support base of the Peace Prize, and what we learned about economic justice and peace. Probably to further introduce my background, good for you to know that I already work 30 years for VNG International, which is the international cooperation agency of the Association of Netherlands Municipalities. We work in 35 countries at the moment. We run projects and programs focused on capacity development of local regional government, often local economic development included, and often in fragile states. Our mission is to build better futures for people by strengthening democratic local government. And our work is financed by the Dutch government, the European Commission, World Bank, but also bilateral donors like USAID and GIZ. Well, first of all, a brief history of the Peace Prize. It was on the initiative of the province of Barcelona, the Italian Cities for Peace, and my own VNG International, that the first World Congress on City Diplomacy and Peace Building by Local Governments was held together with United Cities and Local Governments in the famous Peace Palace here nearby in the city of The Hague in 2008. More than 250 representative local governments, many from conflict regions by that time, gathered and composed a The Hague Agenda for City Diplomacy. Amongst the points of action was the idea to establish a peace prize for local regional governments that invest in conflict prevention and conflict resolution. It took us 8 years to find financial resources to launch the prize and award the prize for the first time in UCLG's 3 annual World Congress in Bogota 2016. The objective of the prize is to collect and to expose successful and inspiring peace initiatives by local governments worldwide, and to stimulate others to follow suit, to do the same, or at least to adjust the experience to their own situation. Its aim is to generate international public attention for the role local governments can play in ensuring sustainable, peaceful development and building a culture of peace. The method of the Peace Prize is a 3-annual scheme. In the first year, the prize is launched with a worldwide invitation to hand in applications, with a clear scheme of things you have to fulfill. We do contact a lot of organizations working in the field of peace to come up with their recommendations, but the ones that hand in the proposals are local governments. In the second year, a high-level jury composed of respected public figures, I could mention the names of the current jury if you would like later on, they, based on research by a staff team, select 5 finalists out of all eligible applications. All finalists are financially enabled to produce short videos to present their cases during the World Congress in 2016 in Bogota, in 2019 in Durban, and the next one is coming in 2022. All finalists are also enabled to attend the Congress, and the jury finally selects the prize winner out of the 5, who receives a symbolic amount of €20,000 for their initiative and for disseminating their experience to others, in, like what Samuel already said, a peer-to-peer exchanges. In the third year, the experiences of all winning cases are exposed, and finalists are often invited to present their experiences during congresses. In 2016, the city of Kauswagan in the Philippines won the prize for a project called From Arms to Farms, which helped former insurgents to reintegrate the local community. In 2019, the city of Arsal in Lebanon won for its efforts to prevent violent conflicts between internally very heavily divided refugees from Iraq and the local population of Arsal through an intensive community-based dialogue. In 2019, other finalists from Latin America, like the cities of Manizales, Santiago de Cali, and Bogota in Colombia, received a lot of appreciation as well for dismantling violent gangs, building a culture of peace through cooperation with local artists, and economic remuneration for former combatants and victims of conflicts. Well, the support base of the prize we cannot do without financial support. At this moment, the Peace Prize is funded by the provincial councils of Gipuzkoa and Barcelona in Spain, the city of Tromsø in Norway, my own VNG International, a Dutch peace fund, peace organization PAX, and of course UCLG itself. In order to develop the prize, to enhance the research, to improve dissemination of experiences and to raise its status. It's by far not the status of the Nobel Prize for Peace. And promote the role of local government in peace building, we need to have more funding partners. The path of the prize will continue later this year with a launch of the prize, the call to apply, in the city of The Hague, which, well, decided recently, and I'm very glad about that, first time that I can announce it, where the council decided to contribute to the funding of the prize as well. The next award ceremony will take place during UCLG's World Congress in Daejeon, Republic of South Korea, in November 2020. As promised, very briefly, Anna, a few of the lessons learned, not far from what Samuel, I think, already said. First of all, economic disparities, inequality, is one of the main root causes of violent conflicts, whether they are urban or rural or regional. Even when religious or ethnic tensions seem to be the source of conflict, economic inequalities are nearly always behind it. Secondly, successful interventions by local governments to solve violent conflicts and build a culture of peace require the following things. First of all, a deep understanding of the complexity of the conflict. Secondly, a sincere commitment by the elected local leaders to overcome the conflict. Third, a direct dialogue and participation of the groups in conflict and concrete perspectives for them on improvement of their deprived positions. And last but not least, a preparedness to choose unusual measures, allow creative solutions. Finally, a hopeful third point of lessons learned. It was said by the jury. They said, in the efforts we studied and judged, displayed by the finalists, show that the human race can surpass even the most difficult circumstances, showing that there is hope for a positive future in their communities. Hey, thank you for your attention.
Muchas gracias, Peter.
Thank you, Peter, for presenting this interesting award. I think it's an important award for the presentation of those best practices, successful practices of the different cities in the prevention and conflict resolution and violence resolution. And that, I think that's pretty interesting because they can be useful for other cities. But also, I think it's important to unveil that this award this award unveils the role of cities not only at local level but also at global level to achieve peace, and that's very important. I think that's why I think the award is very relevant, is very important. Thank you for presenting that to us. The next speaker, we're going to give the floor to Fadlala Agabani, a politician, entrepreneur, and Mexican sociologist with a great history as a politician. He's currently responsible to coordinate the economic policies in the capital of Mexico City as Secretary of Economic Development of the government of the City of Mexico with the administration of Claudia Sheinbaum. And he's currently part of this panel. I'd like to ask Fadlala, what is the role of the construction of, what is the role of in the construction of peace in Mexico? Thank you very much. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you are. I'd like to thank the opportunity to speak to you, and from the city of Mexico, and in the name of the Governor Dr. Claudia Sheinbaum Pardo, I'd like to greet the Fifth World Forum on Local Economic Development and its steering committee. I'd also like to greet warmly to the host city, Córdoba, and to the organizers of this panel, the program for the UNDP. The economic development has a key role in the SDGs for Dr. Claudia Sheinbaum's administration. It's a concept that allows us to analyze how a democratic society and organized society has the capacity to produce the mechanisms to distribute wealth in a fair and efficient way among its population. So much so that all of the citizens having an even departure point can develop peacefully and with justice. As authorities, it is our responsibility to lead the way and face the challenges that currently abate us. It is a fact that economic inequality brings about vulnerability, systematic vulnerability of all kinds of rights that eventually translates in different types of violence, as it was mentioned in this panel before. Cities are that main scenarios where violence brought about by economic inequality is manifested, but it is also in the cities where there are important initiatives to improve and where there are more institutions that could cooperate with different proposals and specific actions that protect people and the groups. Fatlala, I cannot hear you well. I don't know if the rest of the people can hear you well. Maybe it's just me. Could you please check your microphone? I have my microphone on. We can hear him perfectly well, yes. All right. The World Forum is the international place, the right international place to approach, to eradicate the violence that is brought about by economic inequality. It is difficult to produce economic development opportunities with dignified jobs in violent, racist, and homophobe societies and misogynistic societies. In order to build good living and equality and peace, we have to bridge the gap of all of those factors. So that's why we are very pleased to share with you, even if briefly, this space. The City of Mexico is already doing a lot of work for local development, living together, and of course, peace. The current government of the City of Mexico has as a key goal to vanish the economic inequality, and this inequality existed even before the pandemic, plus the one that the pandemic brought about, and we are always trying to achieve sustainability, democracy, equality, and respect for human rights. We are working on them comprehensively on 6 main priority axes. First, rights, equal rights. 2, sustainable city. 3, more and better mobility. 4, City of Mexico, cultural capital of the Americas. 5, no aggression, more safety. And 6, finally, science, innovation, and transparency. Among the projects that we're working on to reduce inequality, we want to highlight that the City of Mexico is about to consolidate a universal healthcare and education system of high quality. We are moving forward to build new hospitals and schools in areas where there is more marginal slum neighborhoods. For example, in Topilejo, in the highest point of the city, we are building a school, a university actually, located in those cities that are more marginal. Now, regarding social inequality, we gave the level of secretary to an institute, the Women's Institute, so that they can fight better against discrimination and violence against women. At the same time, in order to bridge the gaps of access to opportunities, we give economic assistance to people with disability, senior citizens, and to all the children and young people that are recorded in the public educational system. Another goal that the city has, which is more like a historic debt in a way, is the elimination of discrimination against indigenous populations that are living in the city. That's why we created the Aboriginal Communities Office, where there are initiatives and projects that contribute to the autonomy and the economic inclusion of these communities. In terms of local economic development, the City of Mexico is seeking to produce productive opportunities and work opportunities. I'm sorry, I'm still having issues to listen to. We can all hear you perfectly fine. Sorry, it's just our moderator. And I think it's each one's connectivity issues. Maybe it's Anna's connectivity. Please continue. So, I go back. For local economic development, the City of Mexico is looking to have decent job creations by promoting solar energy, trying to find an energy transition that allows sustainability in the long run to the City of Mexico. The digital transformation, we are the only entity in the country that has a digital agency looking for administrative simplification, digital transition in all senses, for all the services that the city government provides, and digital transformation that contribute to small and medium enterprises for them to have trading mechanisms of their own products in different trade platforms. That's why trade is key for us in this digital transformation, and we include international trade and circular economy. We cannot forget that the City of Mexico produces a lot of wastes, and we have with this a great chance to develop a circular economy and add to communities in terms of revenues that can be brought about by that. We also impulse training for the professionalism of technicians and specialists in these issues, in these topics, and give economic support, advisory to SMEs. These are just a few of the actions that the City of Mexico's administration is carrying out in the head of Claudia Sheinbaum towards economic justice, local development, peaceful living together. COVID-19 has placed us in an extreme situation, but at the same time, it has allowed us to know our own capacities, capabilities, and to reinforce the focus towards inequality by having always in the center of any government decision those that are the most vulnerable ones, people who are very vulnerable. Public responsibility to take care of those who need it the most, that is the key to get cities with more opportunities for everybody. Full development for each and every one of its citizens. We are trying to have an economy where we all grow, and an economy that does not mortgage the future of its inhabitants, an economy where everybody can improve their revenues and their income and their quality of life. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Falala, for presenting all of the activities carried out by the Mexican government related to economic development for peaceful living. As we said, we cannot have peace if inequalities are not addressed, and the commitment by the City of Mexico to eradicate inequality is what makes Mexico promote all of the actions. So we thank the City of Mexico for leading this, for encouraging this. Thank you. Now, I'll give the floor to Franco Iannicelli, who is the mayor of the city of Trento. He could not, unfortunately, he could not join us. He sent us a video that I would like to share in order to close the first round.
Hello everyone, your invitation to participate in the 5th World Forum of Local Economic Development is truly an honor. I thank the city of Cordoba that hosts this event, all the organizers of the United Nations Development Programme for the invitation. My name is Franco Iannicelli. In September I was elected mayor of Trento, a city in the north of Italy, in the heart of the Alps, which is often referred to as a bridge between the Mediterranean and Northern Europe. I think that the theme of this meeting is really important, especially in this period in which the cities, including Trento, have been severely tested by the pandemic, which has increased unemployment, put many economic activities in crisis, and enlarged the area of social hardship. Giorgio La Pira, mayor of Florence between the 50s and the 60s, said, "Hands off bread, work and home." La Pira considered them three sacred natural rights that could not be touched. And today, more than ever, we need to remind ourselves of that lesson and to commit ourselves to guaranteeing a parachute for those who do not have access to these fundamental rights. The municipality of Trento has launched a full degree plan, which includes both measures to support families and initiatives to restore the economy. For example, we have reduced the fees for nursery schools, increased the fund that already intervenes today when a family is unable to pay the rent or the bills or the food. We make a contribution to bars and restaurants that want to renovate their furnishings, and together with a local bank, we have made it easier to access credit. And then, of course, there are investments in sustainable mobility. We finance the construction of new cycle paths and also a vertical lift to serve the university campus in the hills that houses the technical scientific faculties. In addition, we are planning the renovation of school buildings and the recovery of a prestigious historic building in ruins, which will probably be destined to host cultural activities. And finally, we have launched Trento Aperta, Open Trento, a program of events for the summer, shows, concert exhibitions, with three objectives: to help the many cultural enterprises of the city, to make make our city more lively, to attract residents and tourists for the benefit of economic activities, and third, to restart sociality, especially that of the younger people. Italian Prime Minister Mario Draghi, at the recent European Social Summit in Porto, said, "The European dream is to ensure that no one is left behind." But even before the pandemic, our societies and labor markets were fragmented because of generational inequalities, gender inequalities, and regional inequalities. This is not Italy as it should be, nor Europe as it should be. The municipal administration of Trento has tried to do just that, not to leave anyone behind. Thanks again for your invitation, and good debate to you all.
Muchas gracias. Agradecemos también.
Thank you. Thanks to the mayor of Trento. And we were also planning to have Carolina Duran and Billon Rojas, but since the situation of Colombia, due to the situation of Colombia and the hardships that they're facing and other issues, they cannot join us on the panel. Mr. Rojas, taking over Rojas will be Milza Pantojas, who is the advisor of strategic programs for Nariño. So I'll give the floor to her. Good morning. In Colombia, it's almost 10 a.m. It is an honor to join you on the panel. Warm greetings to Argentina.
Antes de entrar en materia, quisiera contextualizar
Before we begin, I'd like to tell you a little bit about ourselves. We are the Department of Nariño at the south of Colombia, neighbor countries, Ecuador. This department has faced violence for a long time, and people from Nariño understand that the only way out is dialogue. And so we've insisted on that. We're going through really serious times now, but we understand that the only way out is peace through dialogue, so that our generations can, in the near future, can enjoy this, can enjoy peace. What is to build peace for Nariño after years of armed conflict, and what initiatives have we proposed in order to foster peace? Well, peace in Nariño involves respect for life and integrity. Peace negotiations could not really help us out. So we need to privilege social dialogue to prevent conflicts and the consolidation of the culture of reconciliation and forgiveness. We think it's key to build a future society and to work together with all of the stakeholders without resigning the commitment to seek for public well-being. That is, and that has been our focus, to try to generate all of the transformations under the assumption of economic justice that we need to foster in the Department of Nariño. the COVID-19 crisis, I mean, everyday life was deeply affected, and this made our difficulties in the territory, I mean, a lot of difficulties came to the surface, and the economic life of a lot of the sectors was impacted in the Nariño department. Families did not have a stable salary, still stable income, and the pandemics deepened the existing gaps in our department. In Nariño, Department of Nariño, there were structural problems in the territory. We had to overcome them is a necessary condition to protect the lives and the fundamental rights, particularly those of the most vulnerable sectors. Let me give you an example. During pandemics, there are sectors in the Department of Nariño that are really isolated, and one of the conditions to overcome the COVID-19 crisis was, the habits, the habit, they needed to incorporate the habit of washing the hands, but the people did not have access to water. So those kinds of contradiction make I think of solutions that are structural in order to provide a response to the isolated communities. The multidimensional poverty indicator, we see that the Pacific region, we find 4 areas, 4 departments. Out of those 4 departments, the 3, Cauca, Nariño, have the least achievements in terms of economic development. In Nariño, just as an example, we have 1.7 times of the GDP. Historically, economic evolution of the department has been the addition of 2 coexistent realities. Nariño is purely agricultural, and here there are 2 realities. One is the reality of cities, and the other is the reality of the agricultural sector. And so we understand that we need to make the necessary actions to prioritize mechanisms and mechanisms to promote public integration and regional integration and the development of our future in a mid and long-term future. On the other hand, the actions we have put together and developed regarding job creation and the development of public services regarding 4 main points. First, social mobility, mitigating illegal activities that do not generate equitable wealth. Just to illustrate one of the consequences of these illegal economies that do not only generate equitable wealth is forced migration. Nariño, in the last few days, had a lot of forced migration to urban centers. In 2019, the Department of Nariño recorded 172,000 people that migrated in 2019. The main causes had to do with illegal fights and illegal confrontations, and this has been one of the cancers that our population suffers from. We worked on dialogue and understanding so that most of the population develops sustainable agricultural activities that lead to, and then we've made some progress we have to say that, I mean, lots of investments have been made from the central governments. These investments is reflected, or this accounts for 41 million pesos, $11 million approximately. They have been distributed in projects having to do with harvesting and post-harvesting processes, building infrastructure for agricultural means, exploration studies, projects to include innovation. Among other sectors we identified within production chains for a reactivation in the Department of Nariño. Secondly, to improve coverage and the quality of education and the health of the region so as to meet basic needs and satisfy needs to the majority of the population. Along these lines, we've invested over 68,000 million pesos, $18 million invested in educational infrastructure, bilingual programs, among other things. We know we have a lot of things to do. That we need the support of the national government and international organizations, but we insist in our project to actually make this department more prosperous. Then we worked on reducing social inequality gaps, economic gaps, and cultural gaps, and policies that discriminate thousands of women and restrict their role as actors in the Department of Nariño. The role of women, of rural women, and these kind of sectors are the ones that can leverage the development of our agriculture. Via public policies, we seek to adopt measures to ensure women to have equitable conditions, business development, and the promotion of women, specifically farmers and indigenous and African descendants, and those that are victims of violence, disabled, women with disabilities, and access to resources, technical support, seed capitals, land projects, and so on. We've been working hand in hand with women in several strengthening projects. Specifically, we devoted resources that account for thousands of pesos, $5 million. Finally, to decrease institutional weakness, ensuring the reinforcement of spaces that promote social, economic, and environmental development of the region, ensuring transparency and legitimacy. We are aware that if you're united, we can move forward. So we need to strengthen the society, and in order to provide a response to all of the requirements and demands we have in our territories. I'd like to highlight the work done by RAI Pacifico. Last year, we were able to reinforce the concept of initiatives most of our challenges in the Department of Nariño, but also the Pacific region. With Pacifico, we're evaluating proposals in different sectors such as technology, innovation, science, where we put together two important projects: the strengthening of projects in the Pacific region and the development of a strategy for social and economic inclusion of teenagers, Aborigines, native teenagers. We identified with Orfagar a project to channel good practices of other regions in the world, regions we can share challenges and make our learning curve shorter to achieve technical cooperation among them, to build peaceful environments and promoting decentralization and alliances, national and international alliances for a better future. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Nilsa, for presenting all the public policies and all the initiatives that are being carried out in the line to build peace and economic justice that you're doing together with women, economic reactivation focused on gender, that are very, very interesting. Thank you so much, and congratulations on all these initiatives. We are on time, but I'm going to give you a few questions that we've received from the people who are attending. I'm going to read them to you, and those who want to answer to those questions, you're welcome to. The first question is, when we look at urban violence, it is clear that there is a correlation between local development and peace. However, in many cities, there is a lack of willingness by the government and some parts of society to change realities and people's good well-being in the poorest areas. Therefore, in those parts of the cities, citizens can only rely on organized crime to receive public services, basic public services and security services. As a result, those communities do not rely on public institutions and they feel excluded by other citizens. Within this scenario, how can we create a new social contract among poorest communities and the state? Is it only the role of the local governments to do so? And if so, how do you recommend that it gets done? Another question that says, when we look at urban violence, it is clear that there is a strong... Sorry, that's the same question. If you want, someone can answer to those questions? To that question, particularly. Anybody? Samuel, yes, go ahead.
One is, I think the point of the question is the prevention approach. We know that when there is a void in politics and services, this is filled by particular groups. In some cases, a lot of the cities that we heard, this is filled by organized crime. In many cases, think about Iraq, Syria, Libya, places in Africa. This has been filled by extremist organizations, not to say terrorist organizations. They offer another world completely. A world of thinking about self and other, but also offer services, offer jobs, offer payment. And we know it happens when that takes it. Attracts a lot of the disaffected populations. Sometimes it's youth, sometimes it's not. It attracts a lot of people who don't have opportunities or jobs. And the narrative is often very compelling because exactly of how the question was perceived. There is no political will on the part of governance. I think, thinking about it preventively, local governments, local communities, local economic developers, I think they need to think about the prevention dividend of pulling together ideas for what inclusion and participation actually means. It's great if this happens before a crisis or a conflict, but certainly even in the middle of conflict, the inclusion narrative, the leaving no one behind narrative must be at the forefront. And this means that thinking about the needs of people at the community level, their needs, I think, often are billed as jobs, as access to services. But broadly speaking, thinking about it from what promotes human security, what promotes community security, that I think will help. And this is simple things. In many cases, it is support to the police services, or local security. In many cases, it's lights in the streets. In many cases, it's a road that you can travel as a woman or as a young child going to and from school, but you feel secure in that service. And I think linking the jobs, the services, the infrastructure, and in many cases, other kinds of services that are critical in difficult times, like psychosocial support, like being able to have these kinds of communities come together, is really quite critical. So a sense of openness on the part of local government to be able to help decide who is best placed to provide us services, what is the best place for us services, what is to be prioritized as a service, I think is really quite critical. Thinking about that as part of preventing the problem rather than responding to the problem, I think is really quite important. And we see this in a number of different places in the world, especially when national politics are blocked for political reasons. A lot of the really good peace dividends, peace outcomes are happening at the local level, and we can build those up in many cases. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Sam.
Thank you so much, Samuel. If you allow me, Anna, I'd like to contribute a little. Okay. Okay, Anna, please allow me to say a few things. Can you hear me well? Yes. Okay. So the equation poverty means opportunity regions for delinquents to grow or insecurity to grow, at least not in the case of the City of Mexico. But it is important to fight the different phenomena that promote inequality, and one of those is corruption. Corruption, that is something that produces a lot of inequality and that produces unevenness and corruption. The corruption among politicians, this type of white-collar corruption, and this forbids services to go to the places where are most needed. In the city of Mexico participates together with the government of Mexico in a comprehensive policy to fight against corruption, and in the short and long run, they will represent economic and social benefits in those regions that are very marginal and that are still present in the City of Mexico. The best way to fight inequality is to have an even budget distribution and answering to the actual needs of each one of the regions in the City of Mexico, and a fair distribution of wealth. that can only be achieved if we impulse the economic activities in these areas that we consider very marginal by integrating them economically to an economic synergy with the rest of the city of Mexico and generating these production circuits with the rest of the cities in the other cities, that so as to not only have a micro local economy or local survival economy, but to focus on a comprehensive economy that is integrated to the rest of the economies. That's why we need a comprehensive public policy that will respond to the different fronts that produce inequality, and that is the effort that Dr. Claudia Sheinbaum is facing in the City of Mexico. Thank you.
Thank you, Fatlala, for your contributions. We don't have any other questions. Peter had to leave because he had to join another meeting, and we have to leave and close this plenary session. I'd like to thank all of the panelists for your very interesting contributions, the experiences and practices from the different municipal governments, departments, and territories where you're working. Thank you, Antonio Zurita, for your technical support, and all of the people involved, interpreters and technical engineers. Thank you again, and see you soon. Thank you, Ana, and the whole panel. And thank you, Vice Mayor Pacerini, for being with us. Now we're going to share the messages from the social media, but before that, we'd like to show you some images of our city. This is a sculpture made by Antonio Segui. It's called Urban Woman, who was awarded with 3 awards, the Conex Award, and he developed a work that is called the Urban Family together with the University of Cordoba. Let's have a look.
Y ya nomás vamos a disfrutar a nuestra pantalla los
Let's take a look at the results we get from the trivias from the forum Instagram account. Did you participate in the Zoom talks? That was the first question. 60% no and 40% yes. And as regards the masterclass, Andrés Rodríguez Pose was the one that was most popular among the audience. Plenary sessions, and the 3 of them were really very popular and well received by all the participants. Territory as a basis for environmental economic development, the future of work and the work of future from a territorial perspective in the context of COVID-19 crisis. So the 3 topics then were very well received from around the globe: Ivory Coast, Spain, different countries. What do you like most about this edition? Well, the possibility of having a virtual format and some other issues, for example, strengthening of local and vulnerable communities, value chains, disability inclusion, gender, and inclusive economic systems. Which other issues would you like to have as included in the next edition? Inclusive economic systems, the significance and impact of the agricultural sector in territories, the significance of innovation and ITs and the development of communities. Alternatives of investments for development, strategies for small communities, ethical and solidarity economics. I'd like a panel on SMEs and territorial development. So these were some of the questions and answers. So thank you for your contributions. The 6th edition of the World Forum is preparing itself. Thank you for being on the other side. And we must say that we've been working under rigorous protocols due to COVID-19 crises. Now we'll have a short break, and then we'll move on to the last panel of the day. We're going to take a look at other pictures and images by Segui. Before it was the urban woman, now the urban children.
El mundo nos pide un cambio. La pandemia agravó las consecuencias de un modelo de desarrollo desequilibrado, insostenible. Desde Córdoba, queremos liderar ese cambio de paradigma, con la mirada de quien cuida, valora y usa de manera consciente los recursos naturales. Creamos el ente municipal BioCórdoba para la conservación, protección animal, investigación científica y la producción sustentable como fuente de empleo. En ese marco, fuimos pioneros en una solución innovadora para nuestro jardín zoológico. Hoy, Parque de la Biodiversidad para el rescate y estudio de animales. Por primera vez, Córdoba será sede de la Cumbre Mundial de Economía Circular. Conformamos el clúster empresarial e impulsamos la capacitación profesional en la materia en conjunto con la Universidad Nacional de Córdoba. Creamos el Instituto de Protección Ambiental y Animal y pusimos en marcha el primer juzgado ambiental del país. La vida se abre caminos y nos marca nuevos rumbos. El bienestar de las nuevas generaciones y la mirada a largo plazo son ejes de nuestro presente y futuro productivos. Hoy más que nunca sabemos quiénes somos y hacia dónde vamos. Juntos cuidamos nuestro hogar. Córdoba Capital. Todas las oportunidades, un solo destino. Córdoba de las campanas, así la llamó el poeta. Basta con llegar al centro histórico para encontrar sus iglesias de gran porte. Sus callecitas empedradas llegan a una catedral de aires barrocos e indígenas. Atravesada por la cañada que recorre la ciudad sin pedir permiso. Córdoba también alberga la manzana jesuítica, una vuelta al pasado que presenta un legado de más de 400 años. Junto con las estancias jesuíticas, la UNESCO las declaró Patrimonio de la Humanidad. Sus recintos, tradiciones y costumbres marcan nuestra identidad. Trabajamos constantemente para recuperar y potenciar los espacios urbanos de la ciudad. Bajo una iniciativa de la Municipalidad de Córdoba, la Comisión Europea subvencionará un proyecto para mejorar la preservación del área central. Nos plegamos a las grandes tendencias del mundo, implementando un nuevo modelo de urbanización, las supermanzanas, revalorizando espacios de encuentro que acompañan el esparcimiento, el deporte y la movilidad sustentable. De la mano de los promotores del río, cuidamos la costanera y su entorno. La ciudad nos cobija. Convivimos Nacimos con la historia y la modernidad a flor de piel y somos parte de ese legado y ese futuro. Hoy más que nunca sabemos quiénes somos y hacia dónde vamos. Juntos disfrutamos la ciudad, Córdoba capital. Todas las oportunidades, un solo destino.
Hoy lo disfrutás viendo este streaming con artistas increíbles, pero todos estos lugares son tuyos, son para vos. Córdoba lo tiene todo, disfrutala.
Ya no voy a verte, a verte, a verte, pero igual me quema tu historia, puede pasarme a mí, nuestro amor quiere aguantar otra vez, hay que liberarlo, nuestro amor debe aguantar otra vez, hay que liberarlo. Mírame, no existo, no hay nadie que pueda acercarse a mí. Sabes bien, te admiro, quisiera quedarme así. Todo el mundo hoy gira al revés, hoy gira al revés, hoy gira al revés. Nuestro amor quiere aguantar otra vez, hay que liberarlo. Nuestro amor debe aguantar otra vez, hay que liberarlo. ¿Qué tal? Nosotros somos Rayos Láser. Un placer estar aquí. Perdóname, pero no estoy para volver a despertar cerca tuyo. Ya me hiciste mal, hoy te miré y al parecer ya no hay lugar, ningún lugar para mí. Voy a cantar esa canción que dice: el tiempo cabe en tu reloj. Voy a creer, la libertad me mata y siento que me hace bien. No está tan mal poder decir hiciste mal. Hoy te miré y al parecer ya no hay lugar, ningún lugar para mí. Volví a cantar esa canción que dice el tiempo cabe en tu reloj. Volví a creer, la libertad me mata y siento que me hace bien. Me está tan mal poder decir esto ya fue. Perdóname, pero no estoy para volver a despertar cerca tuyo. Ya me hiciste mal, hoy te miré y al parecer ya no hay lugar, ningún lugar para mí. Perdóname, pero no estoy para volver a despertar cerca tuyo. Ya me hiciste mal, hoy te miré y al parecer ya no hay lugar, ningún lugar para mí. Perdóname, pero no estoy para volver a despertar cerca tuyo. Ya me hiciste mal, hoy te miré y al parecer ya no hay lugar, ningún lugar para mí. Fuimos avanzando, pero no alcanzó lo que construimos.
Y ya estamos aquí de regreso nuevamente.
Welcome back to begin with final session on thematic line number 3, the future work and the work of the future from a territorial perspective generated by COVID-19 crisis. This is organized by ILO, DEC, government from Cordoba, Uruguay, and UCLG. Local training systems for lifelong learning. This plenary session is moderated by Diego Garcia da Rosa from Uruguay. He's a master's, he has a Master of Arts from the Barcelona University. He's a specialist in multilateral cooperation for Latin America and the Caribbean for the University of Pablo Uribe de Sevilla. He's a manager of territorial management in the agency from Uruguay. Diego, the panel is yours. Welcome and thank you all. First, I'd like to thank the organizers for the invitation. It is an honor to be able to moderate this panel with members with vast experience and technical quality, very promising, that promises a fruitful discussion on fundamental issues. We have representatives from the academia, researchers, people working in the field, working on specific processes in territories, representatives of the private sector, which is really essential when discussing challenges related to work. We have the participation of speakers from Argentina, the United States, Peru, Uruguay, and representing Europe. Macedonia, and from Uruguay myself. This panel will be working on local training systems for lifelong learning. And I'll take 3 minutes to introduce the panel. Then we'll give the floor to each of the panelists. Work, as I saw before, was one of the attractions of the forum. It a very interesting issue along this forum, and work is in a sort of perfect storm. I mean, work related to digitalization process, the development of artificial intelligence, and to a global accelerated or a process accelerated by the pandemics, process that were accelerated. And these factors, digitalization, automation, the acceleration of these latent processes related to global pandemics creates pressures on the work market, social security systems, and educational systems that are facing a structure that is devised for a process that changes constantly. And finally, as we know, when we speak about employment policies, we speak about social cohesion and the impact of employment on our communities and territories. Employment is facing this perfect storm. Somehow, we have winners and losers in this equation and challenges as well. So this huge social transformation process, public and private sectors have to work twice as hard and make more efforts in terms of adaptation and coming with proactive strategies to foresee future changes in the field of employment. And when we speak about all of these challenges, pressures, the key role that played by not only because of the impact in the transformations, but also the role that we have when facing these innovation processes. Also share innovation, social innovation processes and lessons learned. This is not as a global or central challenge. Territories have a lot to contribute with in terms of transformation and adaptation processes related to this critical scenario regarding employment. Without further ado, this is the context that sort of opens this panel. Let me introduce Andrew Robert Cummings that will open this panel. Andrew is a researcher and teacher in the master's degree in territorial development from El Salvador, and he has a master's and doctorate degree from the Department of Development and Planning of the University of Aalborg. He is an anthropologist. He worked on issues related to territorial development. He has vast experience in research, both quantitative and quantitatively, in processes related to training in territories. And he has over 25 years of experience in these issues. Andrew, it's an honor to have you here. You have the honor to open this panel. Thank you, Diego. Warm greetings from El Salvador in the metropolitan city of El Salvador. I'd like to share my presentation. Let me know if you see it. I'd like to talk about challenges and learnings to strengthen territorial systems that are in training and learning, which is, I mean, how to train people. We are facing a very complex reality in the midst of a rupture of our reality, and we're going through this perfect storm with two tsunamis approaching regarding employment and the world of employment, which is climate change and technological change that is highly accelerated. It is important to have a look at the approach of territorial economic development and the capacities for human realization. We need to generate and capture and distribute wealth in the territory in processes that are competitive but are at the service of well-being, inclusive well-being, and the regeneration of a harmonic relationship between environment and society. So we need to use employment as one of the fundamental mechanisms for wealth distribution. We need to territorial stakeholders and coalitions to facilitate dialogue, generate shared comprehension of this complex reality from bottom up to make decisions and work together and strengthen territorial systems to achieve tangible results that will encourage in the short term with a transformation vision that should orient us towards the future. We cannot think in the same ways, otherwise we'll die. So we need to create opportunities and for decent work. And fundamentally, we need to enable learning opportunities for agency capacities and the necessary people for human realization. Human development, which is multidimensional. These three challenges that I identify, and based on this territorial local economic development, the first thing we need quick responses. This is not something that we can wait. I mean, training people, there is an immediate request. We need to improve opportunities. We need to mitigate the impact, strengthen resilience capacities facing the impact, and the combination of the current and the crisis, and also the future technological revolution. So we need to think in terms of resilience regarding employment. As we said in different sessions, every crisis presents solutions, so we need to pay special attention to the opportunities to create a decent work. Decent work should regenerate urban. We need to generate and manage new knowledge. We can strengthen territorial systems thinking in the same problems because things have changed. necessities, specific needs of populations have changed. Young populations that do not have jobs, they can study, people who were not able to follow innovation trends. And also finding opportunities to positively assess their talents. We need to strengthen capacities of coalitions of drivers of these territorial systems, these training territorial systems. We need to achieve financing. We need also have labs and observatories to facilitate social learning. Two lessons. One, based on my experience, the integration of the territorial development airport of Los Nahualcos, where we involved all of the stakeholders, in this case, taking the opportunity for young people. We created a grants fund so that young people could have a degree in maintenance for this was, I mean, to attend the needs for the local airport, and then to know really in depth the needs, and we designed then a course, a specific course based on the needs. And then we have a program that are rooted in the territorial systems, innovative programs, comprehensive programs of life changing. They are all around the globe. The ones that have achieved better, more an impact is where, I mean, it's oriented to the needs and opportunities, and then they provide a lot of potential to facilitate dialogue among the actors. Among the territories and the graduates. That's all. Thank you for the opportunity.
Muchas gracias. Thank you, Andrew, and thanks for respecting the time, 8 minutes exactly. Thank you very much. Without further ado, we're going to give the floor to Lea Sumom. Lea is a doctor in educational sciences, consultant in devising virtual tools, trainer of trainers with experience in higher university education, technological, basic, and continuous education. Right now, she is the vice dean of the private university, Peruvian German University, and besides, she is the manager of the Academy brand and teacher at the Educational Sciences University of Applied Sciences in Peru. She's been national advisor of the National Education Council since between 2016-2020, and with an active participation in the drafting of the educational program. Without further ado, Lea, the panel is all yours. The floor is all yours. Hi, thank you. It's a pleasure to be in Córdoba, even though I'm not there. I feel like I'm there, to go back to that wonderful land. So we're going to talk about policies and tools for learning throughout life. I'm going to talk about the experience that we have developed in Peru, and it's an experience that I hope it has continuity. I'm going to connect that topic at this table, the future of work and the work of the future from a territorial perspective, with this need to invest in people's skills and capabilities. And I'm going to relate it to a window of opportunity. Educational policies should cross-section all the levels of society, but with autonomy. Without autonomy, there can't be territorial implementation. And it is actually recognition. It's all about recognition. We have to, there are capabilities, but we need to recognize them. So I'm going to relate all that: educational policies, autonomy, and recognition. So in order to do so, one of the elements that I think will be very valuable for the country is the National Education Project. It's the second one that is drafted. It started in 2021 and it goes all the way to 2036. It was approved last year and I participated in all the meetings that gave birth to this project. The idea is to have to present a strategic plan with the diagnosis, goals, guidelines, and policies in terms of education at national level. And that is going to be the foundation for institutional projects at regional and national levels. This project ends this year, and then we will continue with a new one. Instead of focusing on the basic education, elementary, high school, higher education, now we're trying to have a multi-sectorial policy with the mission of implementing full citizenship and a focus on education throughout life, lifelong education. That's the case for that. That is why we want to involve the 33 million inhabitants of the country, and it includes everybody, those that are in or out of the formal education system, in all the experiences that you can imagine. So the ideal location, and I say ideal because this is something we need to achieve and conquer. It was already passed as a local policy, but this educational project aims at developing at national level, and it should inspire national policies in a multi-sectorial way: education, environment, health, and inspire all the sectors. That is the inspiration, and this project was actually put together so that it integrates with the national plan. It sounds very idealistic, but my country, unfortunately, is a fragmented country. Have you heard about the political struggles? We are having lots of problems, and we need to build a territorial approach, common frameworks, but at territorial level. We need to develop capabilities and to make it possible throughout life. Many regions in the country share this. How do we find common goals? But we have to give that continuity. This was approved, and now we have to implement it in a framework of a new administration that is going to begin in a few months. If we don't respect that policy, the country will be fragmented, but at the same time united, as this cartoon shows. Something that was done after the last natural disaster produced by El Nino. Then we had the pandemic hitting us, and in order to move forward, we need to focus on territories. We need to focus on strengthening and giving autonomy so that each one of the territories, following a common national policy, can contribute and grow and get out of this crisis. And I'm going to show you a case on how we can build this territorial approach. And it's the case of, and that's the case of this digital schools project. This was pre-pandemic. This was so the outlook was really broad. We decided to start having connectivity nodes, and then connecting nodes in the north of the country and the center and the south. Those who've been to Peru, Peru is has a lot of biodiversity. We are crossed by the Andes. We have the Amazon. Connectivity is really complicated, so we expected last year to have this network completely built. This year, it would have been great if nothing had happened with the pandemic. We would have the digital transformation, and by 2022, we would have been able to have the institutionalization of this governance system to train not only in schools, but also to the higher education centers. Unfortunately, all this beautiful plan with a territorial focus, after having so many changes, we've had 6 different ministers of education in the past year. We were not able to put this together. The pandemic has left us completely naked, and we've had many local initiatives, but not so many institutional plans that could connect the country. So now we have the challenge of connecting the country, and I think we have a window of opportunities. First, due to the institutional context, the changes in the political parties, changes in the governments. In the middle of it, we have the health emergency. But also, we need better acceptance of remote and digital education. This is opening lots of doors to produce alliances and partnerships between the people and the institutions. We need to bridge the gaps. With the pandemic, the 1/3 of the country is now under the poverty line. We have gone back 10 years in terms of economic indicators, but we have the educational gap that we have 11 million people only in the school system, but we need to have 33 million in it. In this actively economic community, we need to have a transformation in its institution, and they need training to act autonomously. We have all the connectivity issues, and there are some tools that we already have, and it's an opportunity for this new administration. There is this educational project that is in place until 2036, and the idea is that we have a lifelong learning with clear policies and participation from all the stakeholders. And there is also a national framework of skills qualification that aims at bridging the gap, those training gaps that are not necessarily formal. I think these 2 tools that can perhaps enter all the institutions are very important, but the most important thing is continuity, and that's what I wish for my country. Please put all of your good energies so that we can have continuity in any plan that I think is going to be good for all the region. Thank you. Thank you very much, Leah, also for respecting the time. Very interesting. I'm sure that we will have time later to discuss a little further, but once the panel ends, we're going to try to exchange some ideas and some questions with the panelists. We said at the beginning that the challenges of the world of labor imply challenges in the public, but also in the the academia, but mostly in the private sector. And now we're going to introduce Walter Abrigo, that somehow he combines all these worlds, because Walter is partner of Santex, a company of technological solutions that was founded in California, the US, and that he's currently with offices in San Diego, California, Iowa, Peru, Cordoba, Peru, Colombia, Paraguay. Santex has access to all kinds of clients, and they generate global talents. In 2012, he was the co-founder of Incutex, the first startup company of technological base in Argentina that has already invested in more than 25 companies and generated more than 14 open innovation projects in partnerships with regional corporations. He is also teacher at the Business Administration Master in implementation of technologies, and more particularly in the Faculty of Strategic and Executive Management at the Economic Sciences School of the National University of Cordoba. He was advisor of the assessment of the Subsecretary of Transference and Linkage, Technological Linkage of CECID. Walter, the panel is all yours.
Since the topic will be work in technology, thank you for this invitation. It's an honor to be sharing this panel, to be part of this panel. I would like to share two slides. There is a report by PwC regarding automation and the impact of automation on employment. There are three waves. The algorithmic wave that we're going through, that refers to, for example, simple digital processes such as taking a picture, a selfie, opening a bank account. Before this, we had to go to a bank branch. This impacts on unemployment. The second wave that reaches peak in 2023, it is the expansion wave. 20% of the jobs will be lost, and it refers to robotics, mainly the impact of robots on production process. For example, in Cordoba, there's a pharmacy, drugstore that uses robots. And then there's a third wave, the autonomy wave. So artificial intelligence will take information from all of the devices and will be able to connect production processes without people. This is not not the case in Argentina, but in Amazon, for example, you place a request, an order, and then it is delivered by a drone. The significance about this study is that is 30%. That 30%. When we analyze the level of education, the reality is that between 45%. The impact of unemployment, if the level of education is low, then the impact will be 45%. So the lower the education level, the higher the impact. What can we do from the training centers or systems now to mitigate the impact on the future and the current impact? Because it is already impacting 3%, and it's growing. So I'd like to refer to two very interesting experiments related to access to education. UNESCO provides us with a report saying that there are many children that do not have access to basic education, that for 2030, for them to have access, will need 69,000 teachers. But we can use technologies that provide an endless number of solutions. Let me give you two examples. In 2012, Mr. Ponte, the founder of Labs, sent tablets with solar chargers, tablets with some movies, some books, and easy games for illiterate children. They were given to children who did not know how to read or write, with no instructions whatsoever, never had access to technology. In 4 minutes, on average, children opened the box, turned the tablets on. So in 5 days, on average, the kids were already using 45 applications. In 2 weeks, they knew the alphabet, and in 5 months, they made incredible progress. So another example, the X Prize organization proposed an award of $15 million for software developers worldwide. Those that could achieve an Android free software so the children could learn by themselves in Tanzania, and they could learn basic concepts on reading, mathematics. 2 teams, one from Kenya, the other from Korea, were the winners, and they were able to develop a software so that kids, just with 1 hour a day, could achieve results comparable to other kids that attended a school full-time in Tanzania. And there is something that is within the reach. Millions of devices are manufactured with Android software, so we hope that this application, internet is not required, and if you then update your device, you could actually give it to a charitable organization, because you'll be not only contributing to the environment, but you'll be helping children and adults. We are donating access to education. Regardless, so what can we do today in order to mitigate the long term, so that kids have access? They don't need to be connected, and on the other hand, the academia and organizations, regardless of the programs, they need to focus on developing skills that will be automated. Instead of repetitive exercises, children should be taught to deal with other kinds of problems. Instead of complying with orders, critical thinking should be developed. Instead of competing, generating capacities so that it will help them work with people that have a diverse kind of thinking. So we need to have simple things. For example, today a gardener, via a cell phone application and taking a picture, the leaf is connected to a global network, and from that time, his knowledge increases without being an expert in biology. So they learn faster, they can solve a problem, the skills are enhanced. We have technologies within our reach that is available, but we need to generate these technological needs that are already within the reach, how to develop them in people and organizations. It's not difficult. We can do it.
Bueno, muchas gracias.
Great. Thank you, Walter. Thank you for making my job easier and respecting the time allotted to you. Very interesting. It's an honor for the forum and for this panel to present Professor Hugo Oscar Shuri. His curriculum would take me 8 minutes to present, but I'm going to summarize. Dean Jury is the Dean of the National University of Cordoba. He is a physician, surgeon, a doctor in medicine, specialized in New York and in Harvard University. He is head professor of medical IT in Cordoba, in the University of Cordoba, former surgery teacher in Pomona, California, teacher of the universities of New York, former surgeon, head surgeon in the university, in the hospital in California, president of this laser surgery, former Ministry of Education in the National Administration, many honoris causa degrees in Argentina. He's also has been knighted by the Queen of Spain. He has many publications and books. It's an honor to give the floor to the Dean. Hugo, you're in your own home. You didn't need to read all that, but thanks so much for the invitation. I love to work on these things. That's why we have so much gray hair and so many papers, as you can see there. I jotted down many of the ideas that you have exchanged. I love those ideas, and I'm going to tell you, those who don't know much about the National University of Cordoba, I heard about autonomy. The University of Cordoba is more than 400 years old, 130,000 students, long history, 130,000 students. In normal times, they would come and attend classes. And it has the characteristic of a Latin American public university. They're all based on the needs of their society at regional level. There are some academic disputes in terms of what the global competences have to be, plus the regional needs. But the University of Cordoba, together with the ones in Buenos Aires and La Plata, are the three universities that are in the top 5 of the universities around the world in the rankings. So we also have that issue, right? I mean, we have a huge global responsibility to defend our countries. And we are immersed in a Latin American society. We see many people. I see Uruguay, one of the organizing entities. I am part of their board, and we have this pandemic, right? A black swan, if you will. It's a tragedy for the whole world. But on the other hand, it's placed us on the spotlight in terms of society and what we were speaking before in an abstract way, inequality. Now we can see that. Everybody has seen it. This pandemic has unveiled that connectivity, the same as water, it should be a right to get connectivity for telecommuting, for educating, for getting education in a remote way. We should all work in order to get the right to education. And universities, we have to have a fundamental change. I see Andrew in Costa Rica, the people from Costa Rica, the university is way advanced always. Henning Jensen, who has been a great dean there, he is a person who has always thought out of the box and has gone out of the bubble and thought outside the traditional universities' thoughts and ideologies. We need to continue with our traditional programs, of course. They're traditional in countries of Latin America, but in the rest of the world, the model has changed quite a lot. The programs, you have a basic knowledge diploma, and then the master is part of the of a different diploma, and here we continue with long programs, and when the students entered university, they're at the age of 20, and they're working with Walter, the technological cluster. They're dropouts, and dropouts between inverted commas. There is a key aspect. Leia talked about the credits that we need to give, and yeah, we've already given credits, virtual credits, outside the traditional programs such as law, engineering, civil engineering, not the other engineerings, that required a program structure that is much more complex. Now, it is much more flexible. In our virtual campus, we go MicroMasters and many technical training. Before the pandemic, we had 60,000 students from many different countries and many local students. And right now, after a year in pandemic, we have 400,000 students, from 60,000 to 400,000 students. So of course, there has been a huge change in education, but in a good way, because there are many people who get trained in technical matters. And we're making a lot of changes. One that is absolutely necessary, the use of the virtual tools to reach 100% of the population, like Leia said, and that is now and for the rest of the world. And right now I'm going to have a meeting with the Ministry of Labor at national level and the Ministry of Education for what Walter said, the reconstruction of the labor market. We have to participate because as 20, 30 years, everybody needed high school in order to get a job. Nowadays, they need higher education knowledge. Not for them to have it just in time and not just in case. They need to have it for what they need to do now and not for what they might need in the future, so they can do whatever they want in the place they want to do it. And we can do it through the credit systems with that some German universities have. And we are developing the second university campus. This one, the one we have, is more than 70 years old, and now in a much smaller city of workers, it's going to be a mix between a technological high school that the province has that are called PROA, a polytechnic school, a technical school for any kind of technical skill, and the public universities. All of them will be in this campus in an experimental model of universities. I don't know how much time I have. You have 2 more minutes. Okay, great. All right. So what we need to do is to rethink university. We have to have 2 teams like MIT does, a team that leads and manages the traditional schools, and then another one that is already thinking about this reality. They know much more than we do right now with big data, with what we write on social media, with LinkedIn, neurosciences, artificial intelligence. They know a lot more than many of the papers that we can give them and we can hand to them. We have to take care of what we said, and what we basically said, long life training, not only for professionals but also for workers, to pass on knowledge that in 2 or 3 years we still don't know what we're going to need to reinvent, as long as we don't have another black swan like the one we've had with the pandemics. Thank you very much. Thank you, Hugo. We're going to give the floor now to Selena Janevska, or Jelena, like she asked us to introduce her, or Elena in Macedonia. Elena is an employee with more than 20 years of employee development, with more than 20 years of experience in managing projects and programs. She's currently working as the manager of knowledge manager of the local authorities Southeast Europe, with the Authorities Associations of Southeast Europe, NALAS. She worked mostly in decentralization, good government, territorial development, and development of social society and rule of law. Elena is also a university professor responsible to manage projects and communications in crisis. She has a wide experience in training and consulting in Europe and a master's in local development from the University of Trento in Italy. And without further ado, Elena, the floor is yours.
Thanks a lot, Diego. It is my pleasure to be with you today on behalf of the Network of Associations of Local Authorities of Southeast Europe, NALAS. In the next 8 minutes, I will be addressing related to training systems for local government in Southeast Europe. My name is Jelena Janevska, and I work as a knowledge manager of NALAS. I will pick up, Diego, on what you mentioned about the challenges of the private and the public sector nowadays. You have mentioned that the public and the private sector have to work twice as hard because of the COVID-19, but I would also say that they need to work twice as hard compared to 20 to 30 years ago, because the challenges have risen, the expectations have risen, and especially this is to be felt at local level. Thus, I will be speaking about the way we as a network contribute to the development of capacities of local authorities, and in particular their public utility companies, which are to be felt in the life of citizens. I will start with a brief, I hope you see my presentation. I just want to check whether everything's fine. Can you hear me? Is everything working well?
Sí, perfecto. Estamos viendo la presentación.
Okay, only a couple of words about NALAS. This is the territorial coverage we have. So basically we have 15 member local government associations which cover 9,000 local authorities in Southeast Europe with 80 million citizens, and we focus on promoting the process of decentralization. And this is one additional challenge which goes in this direction that I mentioned, that the expectations and the need to work hard for local authorities is much increased in the past 20-30 years, because we have seen the process of decentralization in our region, and basically many of the competencies that were dealt with at national level are now going to the local level, and this further increased with the COVID-19 pandemic crisis. We also serve as a knowledge center, knowledge hub for local government issues in Southeast Europe, and we strengthen the local government associations and local authorities, basically the municipalities and cities, for creation of smart, sustainable, inclusive and resilient communities. Our objective is to create competent local government administration and employees in public utility companies that will provide high quality and efficient services to citizens. And this is a big challenge. Therefore, we have designed very comprehensive capacity development programs for local governments. Actually, we go beyond training. We think that capacity development is a huge, wide process of changing things individually, changing things in the organizations that go far beyond training, and I would explain what we specifically do. When we say capacity development, we have to distinguish three important aspects in our view. One is that capacity development is a process. So basically it starts with proper planning, proper implementation, monitoring and evaluation, lessons learned, and the cycle once again. Also, when we speak about levels of capacity development, if we want to achieve a long-term sustainable change, then we need to address at three crucial levels. One is the individual level, so building individual capacities and competencies of people. The second one is the organizational level, how the organization functions and how it performs as an organization, and also the society as a whole, because the society creates the enabling environment for the capacity development to happen, and also for the transfer of knowledge after it has been adopted by the individual and inherited into the organization. And also very important thing to mention is that the process of capacity development must be tied closely with the development objectives of the organizations. So we start from there and then we go to the individual level. The way we do capacity development in our network dealing with local governments in Southeast Europe is via various formats and various measures, including training, peer exchange, also shadowing programs for peer-to-peer learning, plenty of events, comparative analysis, evidence-based policy dialogue, and e-learning, online learning. And this is done at two levels. At national level, it is done by the local government associations. At regional level, it is complemented with the efforts of NALAS, because we are promoting this regional peer-to-peer exchange and learning. So we complement with the national activities with what we do as a network. To the question how we do it, everything starts with comprehensive needs assessment. We are doing training needs assessment. We have done it for the sector, for the whole region, at national level as well, but also individual, organizational, and personal level when it comes to designing the training programs and other capacity development programs. Then developing the offer, appropriate staffing. We have a regional pool of trainers, moderators, and advisors that we use. And something that distinguishes us from everything else in this sector is the quality standards that we have developed. I will be speaking about them a little bit later. The learning is participant-centered, so basically everything starts from the participants and all the programs develop around those needs of the participants, their learning paces, etc. And last but not least, the process of monitoring and evaluation, not only short-term, but also the long-term impact of our programs. And this process of continuous learning from what we have done in the past. This whole cycle is very difficult to be implemented. It takes a lot of resources and a lot of commitment, and therefore we thought that it's really essential that we strengthen the capacities of our member associations. We have developed a comprehensive association development program which supports our member associations to embed these principles and implement these standards in their training systems at national level, in their training centers that they are running. And we have also supported the establishment and the operation of the LGA's training centers, also introduce high quality standards for CD delivery at regional level, which are then adapted to the national level and implemented consistently by our member associations in their training centers. These quality standards are our unique selling point, I would say. We have developed quality standards for different training formats and different capacity development formats. For example, our training quality standards include 9 sets of standards and 21 templates to be used throughout the training cycle. I would mention only a couple here, like assessment-based preparation, for example. If you participate in our programs, your capacities are first assessed, and based on that, we tailor our design. So the design is contextualized based on the needs of the participants and based on the sector. We have mentioned that in the previous discussion that it is very important to learn what people need now and at this very moment. So we are basically filling in the gap that the formal education has, or providing lifelong learning for those who want to work for the local government and public utility companies, and also help them to stay in the sector by constantly building their competencies. Then based on the design...
Two minutes, Shelina.
Exactly that much I need. Comprehensive and tailored content, facilitating trainers. We pay a lot of attention to the staff that we engage for our capacity development measures, because they are the ones who are only facilitating the learning process. Co-constructive methods, etc. As I mentioned, we have 9 sets of such standards. Throughout last year, we have had thousands of participants in our programs and many testimonials. I just wanted to show you 2021. For example, in Macedonia, each municipality is obliged by the law to fulfill some gender equality requirements and commitments. So our training, online training for gender mainstreaming at local level helped this person who is a coordinator for equal opportunities in one of the municipalities of Skopje, of the capital, to run the activities of the municipality in this area. So these are really narrowed and specific to the working needs of people in public utility companies and municipalities across Southeast Europe. I thank you for your attention. These are my contact details if you want to get in touch for more details. And I'll be here also for the discussion part. Thank you, Diego.
Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Helena. Honestly, we've all been very respectful of time. I'd like to thank you now. I think this panel has triggered a number of debates, and before going to the questions that the audience may have, the main axis, Andrew talked about the challenges and the lessons learned, and he put in the center a very key element, such as the need to capture wealth in the territories and the world of employment, and employment as a key element in the distribution of territorial wealth. And in order to do so, we need to work on capabilities, strong stakeholders, strengthening decent jobs, quick responses that will be required, and a system of stakeholders that is powerful and addressed to create impact, to generate impact, and by autonomy, capacities, and recognition from the need of planning, and to look at not only the short run, but also the mid and the long run, exercising the planning of public policies, aligning sectorial the sectorial part of fragmented sectors, trying to give the state the power where usually answers are segmented, and planning as a key element. Walter's participation gave us the outlook from the private sector and the importance that technological tools have, and how we can refocus, especially in an autonomous context that should concentrate the efforts on developing skills where automation has limitations, and introducing the public sector in the discussions. Dean Jury talked about the need to adapt ourselves in such a challenging and changing context with so much uncertainty to an institution that is 400 years old and that has seen enough black swans throughout its history. But I think the challenge is facing those slow black swans, but the fast ones as well, like the pandemic, and how this old organism can change quickly. This idea of combining the traditional of what universities do with the innovation elements based on a distribution approach. And then Helena talked about the importance of working on skills that have to do with local networks to strengthen not only individual capabilities, but also organizational, institutional, and environmental elements in connection with the national governments. So it was really an honor. Thank you all. We are going to open for questions. I asked the organizers to send us the questions on WhatsApp, we're going to open. We have 25 minutes to answer those questions.
Si no hay preguntas,
If there are no questions, we are going to say goodbye. I'm going to ask Augusto, Jorge to let me know, or we might be closing if not. Or we can also make some additional comments if the other people in the group have said something that triggered some comment. Okay, great. The organization says that the next panel is ready. But if anyone wants to make an additional comment or some final remarks, or let's close because the next panel is about to begin. Being present is already complicated, let alone being at the distance and in a remote virtual way. Okay, thank you very much. This topic was so important. Let's all keep in touch. The presentations are available for all the people in the forum, and everybody's contact information is also in the presentations. Thank you so much for participating, and those who are on the other side, we know that they are quite a lot. Thank you. Let's hope we can meet for some barbecue and wine, music. Let's meet soon. Let's meet here. Thank you very much. Thanks, everyone. Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Diego, and the whole panel for participating. Many interesting things happened in these 5 days of World Forum on Local Economic Development. We're very happy now at 1:45. Diego said is about to begin. The innovation, social innovation, local communities, and inclusive development and sustainable development, companies of community-based, the future of work, economic local development, and green economy. That's about to begin in about a few minutes. For the parallel activities to this forum, we also want to tell you that we're closing this fifth World Forum with more than 215,000 live streaming. We are very, very happy. A virtual round of applause to all of those who have worked and experiencing the instances of this forum that has been prepared throughout the year. And let's continue with the activities. Tomorrow, we will have the last parallel activity in this forum. That's right, it has to do with the tourism forum, first World Summit on Economic Development for the FEDESUD and by ADEC. The first local forum on tourism. We will have lots of reference in the tourism industry at local and national level to develop the reactivation and the renewal of the touristic activity around the world. And now it's the end of this forum. Mariana Martin, it's been a pleasure to share these 5 days with you. For me too, Franco Vidam, an honor to be here to share this wonderful experience. It's time to say goodbye, and we'd like to thank you all for being there, following each one of these days, and to thank the International Committee for this event, the City of Cordoba that has hosted us all, and most particularly ALTEC, in charge of the organization of this 5th edition of the World Forum on Local Economic Development. And now we leave you with a video to close everything that these 5 days have been like 5th World Forum of Local Economic Development. Please enjoy. And all of you, thank you for being with us. It's been a pleasure, and we hope to see you soon. And let's continue working for a better world. Thank you.